and we are emphasizing strongly on inclusive skilling and placement in work. So the project objectives, as BrighterMonday Uganda, we have training. We're offering training in various courses. We have social, we have soft skills, we have digital training, we have job readiness, we have entrepreneurship, we have financial literacy, we have, I could go on the courses that we have. So we aim to make sure that we have trained minimum 129,000 youth by the end of the project. And then we must work together with you, our partners, to make sure that by the end of the project, we've placed 45,000 youth in employment. And then of all that, we also have 60,000 job listings profiled through our various platforms. So those are the different objectives that we have for the project as BrighterMonday Uganda. But again, we're not scared because we know that working through our partners, we'll be able to serve these youth the way that we intend to serve and make sure that impact is felt as it is supposed to be. So we have a strong emphasis and focus on inclusive participation. Yeah, as I said earlier, we are very emphatic on including our women, our PWDs, and our IDPs. So we have 70% of our target is for young women, and then 10% for PWDs, and another 10% for the displaced persons. So our main activities, which I have alluded to before, the main activities under the project are the youth skilling that we are offering, placements. This means we are just connecting the youth to the already existing jobs. I want to qualify this statement saying, but as BrighterMonday Uganda, we do not create jobs, but we're in the middle, we're the middleman. We have the seekers and we have the employers. So what we do is to connect the seekers and the employers, and thus fostering job placements for these people. And then finally, we have an AI career tool that we give free access. We're giving free access to an AI career tool to our seekers to do their CVs, to do negotiations, to practice interviews, to generally make sure they are ready for the employment opportunities once the placements are available to them. So those are some of the key activities that we're doing. And we're doing all these activities around the country, all the countries, all the districts in Uganda. No one will be left behind. Yeah? And all this has only been made possible in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation. So I think, like Clinton said, maybe every time we mention the MasterCard Foundation, we might have to clap. Yeah. So that is really it about BrighterMonday Uganda and the Genkazi project. But as we go along during the day, we're going to learn more. There's a lot of information we'll be able to share with you. If you have questions, we're available to answer all of them. If you're looking for partnership, we're available. We have staff on the ground. The team is here, very helpful, very, very useful. Whatever information you need, we're available. We'll provide more. In the limited time Clinton has given me, I don't think I can go into the details of everything about the project. Yeah. So I will also quickly walk us through the objectives of this event. The reason why we're here. One, I think at this point I will. You're all aware, but we have had research done on what we call the job forecast. Basically, this research just tells us what are the trends in the job market, especially in the three sectors that we're going to discuss today. What are the trends? Where is the work? Who is hiring? And in the last couple of months, where have the jobs been? and a lot more of that information. We have the presenter will tell us more about that research. And then secondly, from you, our partners and stakeholders within these sectors, is to validate these findings. Is the research accurate? Is there data that we have missed? If there is, what is it? And how can we take it forward? Are the trends accurate, both previous and coming future trends? How do we position ourselves to better serve the people that we are serving in these sectors? How do they better place themselves to make sure that if the trends are changing and in agriculture, the work is in a certain kind of sector, how do we place our youth in a better way, that they are more competitive and that they can have access to these placements? So that is really one of the reasons that we're here. Another reason we're here is to discuss sector-specific strategies for creating inclusive employment pathways. That's why we have you, our esteemed partners in these sectors, agriculture, in the creatives, and that's why you're here, so that we can dig into specifically what are the pathways in these sectors. And these sectors were not chosen coincidentally. We didn't do what's that thing called picky pointed. No. They were chosen mainly because we recognize their role, one, in their contribution to the country's economy. We also recognize their role in the employment industry. We know that these are some of the areas where most of the employment comes from in Uganda. So that's why we zeroed in on this sector. So we'd love to hear from you that are within the sectors. And then last, we would like to foster collaboration among stakeholders in order to address skills mismatch, which you'll see that that's why you're in the room. What are the key skills that these people need to be able to succeed in these sectors? What do they need to focus on? What do they need to pivot if somebody wants to do to operate agricultural machinery? Do they need to study catering, or do they need now to focus on AI? What is the direction? What is the pathway? What needs to be done? And then our two major outcomes for today will be one, action points and agreed action points or next steps for implementation. That one goes without saying. We need to agree on how to proceed after this engagement. And then two, and equally as important, will be to strengthen our partnerships with you, our stakeholders, for youth employment, skilling, and job placement. So for today, I think those two major outcomes will define how our interactions go. Yeah. So I think with those few words, I know they were not really few, but with those few words, let me hand over back to Clinton. And again, welcome you. Please feel free. This is an open dialogue. This is discussion that's going to benefit all of us in the room. So let's put our best foot forward. Let's give our valuable opinions and also have fun while we address the issue of placement for the youth. Thank you.
Let's have fun, right? Yes. Thank you so much, Pamela, for that. Thank you so much, Pamela, for those powerful and purpose-filled opening remarks. Pamela has opened the floor for fun. But as we're having fun, let's not forget that she has emphasized action points or next steps for implementation. Should be one of the key things we should come out with. But also, she has emphasized we need to strengthen partnerships for youth employment and skilling, right? So that was really, really good. Thank you so much, Pamela, once again, for setting the tone for this conversation this morning. But also, it has also really highlighted that what we are doing today is all about action. It's all about collaboration. It's all about measurable outcomes for Uganda's young people. So thank you so much, Pamela. Now, to summarize what Pamela has said, right? We have organized something that is going to demonstrate for you, what we are talking about, right? Sometimes it's good to put what we are saying into the visual part of it. So the media team, I'm going to request that we go on and play our video. Thank you.
June 2018, and we are into the space of media or creatives, if you may. Our cash cow includes corporate events coverage, traditional events coverage, weddings and giveaways. We have a photo studio at Carlo House. We do photography, we do videography, we have LED screens, we hire out equipment, and so on and so forth. So I started 236 events on our wedding. We had a friend who had an anniversary like a year before our wedding, and the photography company she had used had not given her their work. So while we were having that conversation, it just raised the whole young in me to look forward towards my wedding, but also to prepare for it in a manner which I can ensure that we don't fall into the same problem. So we bought equipment to kickstart the function, and lucky enough, by the time of our wedding, we already had things in check, and we covered our wedding. So my wedding was the first client on the 23rd of June 2018. There are many ways we can look at this because it's a broad question, but I would look at mentorship, I would look at opportunities to give to young people so that they can try out new things, and I would look at people giving them work opportunities so that they can know that their hobbies can actually earn them something, and importantly, there is need for them to know that it's not just about something being a hobby, but one needs to add to the hobby skills that will help them to market what they have. So skills like marketing, skills like advertisement, skills like customer care need to be added to the hobby or to the ideas that the young people have. So what they have at heart can be variable out there in the market. In our creative industry, there are many options. On a low level, one could use things like watermarks on their photos, on their videos, to protect them or to create an awareness that this work was done by this brand or by this individual. That's idea number one. The next level, especially when work is getting corporate or when one wants to take it a notch higher, is to consider legal arrangements, contracts with clients, or even looking to the copyright options that we have in the country. We have a copyright law that protects the creatives, and that could be on a level that would protect them against not being paid or their work being used without being mentioned. But the one that I consider to be very, very important is execution. Many people just have ideas, but they don't get to execute them. And if you do execute your ideas faster and you deliver to the demands and the requirements of the client, you actually have an edge higher than just talking or keeping the idea in mind. So if you're already out there and you have the idea that is already working, people will already know that this work is done by so and so individual. Yeah, so I would recommend that one, that they go all out and they deliver work faster. Encouragement number one, start. Start immediately. Don't wait for all things to fall in place, because that time might take long. 2, be patient, even as you start. It may take long for things to materialize. Sometimes it takes years, other times if God is gracious, you may get accelerated faster. But yeah, be patient. While you're being patient, learn, add on to your hobby, add skills that will make you cut out there in the market. There are many creatives who are not good at customer care. You call a guy, he shows up late, he does not communicate, he does not deliver on time. So hone those skills, work on your customer care, work on your budgeting. You need to know how much you're going to spend to deliver the whole product, so that you can add a markup and be able to make profit, so that in the long run, you've benefited from where your passions are. Understand taxation, understand how to register your company. Yeah, so those skills, I believe, will help you big time. And lastly, remember the Lord your God. Everyone who's skilled, really, it's not on us. It's the Lord who gifts us with opportunities. So if you're honoring the Lord in your skill, and you're following the laws of the land, and you're working hard, and you are excellent, there is definitely a likelihood that you will have something to carry you through in this land. I wish you the very best.
All right. Apologies, the sound was a bit low, but at least we managed to pick up a few things, right? And of course, that was just to summarize the reason as to why we're here, to discuss those key areas in creatives, manufacturing, and all that. All right, now let's proceed to the next item on our agenda. And of course, it's the time where we have our ground discussions turn into evidence, right? So we're now going to look at how do we turn to the research backbone of today's roundtable, and of course that is one that has been data-driven, conducted under the Jane Kazi initiative by SEFO Analytics, where they have explored 3 high-growth sectors. The first sector they were able to explore was the agriculture, fishing, and forestry. The second sector, actually for agriculture, came on top of the list. The other one was creatives, where we have advertising, media, and communications. And then the third one was manufacturing and warehousing, right? Now, the other thing that you will find in the report, and very, very interesting, is that it reveals that 88% have a surge in creative industry, and there have been so many job postings in the creative industry over the past 3 years, right? The other interesting thing is a 194% increase in agriculture-related jobs between 2023 and 2025. Very, very interesting. Now, the other thing I saw that was very interesting was the growing demand for digital proficiency, automation, and gender inclusion, especially as women currently account for only 29 to 43% of applicants in these sectors. It's very, very interesting. So what this report is going to remind us is that the future of work is digital. That is one, but also it also reminds us that the future of work is inclusive and data-driven. All right? So to walk us through these insights, please, I'm going to request that you all join me in welcoming the lead consultant from SFO Analytics, and that is Mr. Sam Rutahindwa. Let's welcome him, sir. Let's welcome him. Let's welcome him. Let's clap for him. Sam, the stage is all yours. Thank you so much.
Yes, very nice to be here, and what an honor. Sorry. Oh, good. What an honor to talk about this just before independence. Independence, before we think about our country, it starts with us, right? Yeah. This gentleman made me think when he put the video. Is it high time I thought about joining the creatives? Maybe, maybe I could become more competitive, right? Yes, so as the gentleman introduced me, I'm called Samuel Tahindwa, and I'm the team leader at Safe Analytics Limited. This is a Ugandan consulting firm. Of course, we do lots of work, research, studies, baselines, evaluations, and all that. I hope I won't be charged for advertising, Pamela. Yeah, and I'm very happy that my job is already eased because the past presenters already talked about basically what this project is about and a bit of highlights of what we studied. But let's go into the details. Of course, this is a Genkazi project funded by the MasterCard Foundation, as Pamela articulated it. I won't go in so much detail. And we looked at 3 sectors. This is agriculture, fishing, and forestry, advertising, media, and communications, or what we call creatives, and then manufacturing and warehousing. I know someone could already be asking themselves, why are these, I'm challenged by this slide, but it's okay. Why are these sectors packaged like this? This package is in line with BrighterMonday's approach when they are advertising, when they are recruiting, when they are supporting their beneficiaries. They take these sectors. It's not magic. It doesn't mean that anyone is disadvantaged because they are lumped up together, not at all. But we felt that these sectors, as Pamela articulated, they are high growth sectors. They are very important at this time in our country. This validation session, of course, involves you, the stakeholders, as Pamela rightly called, and we would like to have feedback from you on this data that we are going to present, and have your input. It's not just our study, it's a study for the organization and for you, the stakeholders. We are very happy to receive your feedback, what you feel we could add, what you feel we could maybe remove, or what you feel we could change and package better. So we are very happy to hear from you. The main objective was to generate data on the recent trends in jobs availability and access, of course within this framework of the project, and mainly, or when we look at the specific objectives, we wanted to generate data on the trends. We also wanted to ascertain and document the new and emerging employment opportunities and challenges in the 3 sectors. Looking at the jobs that are coming up or what we have at the moment is not enough. We need to look at what are the challenges, what are the new trends, what are the new dynamics, and then also, of course, we propose recommendations that would help us to address some of these challenges. And as you will see in our presentation, we are not just looking at challenges from the employee's perspective. We are also looking at challenges from the employer's perspective. That's why we talk to the employers. And then, of course, we want to make recommendations overall to see how can we help maybe the employers, the job seekers, to get it better in this game that we are playing jointly. This was a heavily qualitative study. We did not go out there to interview maybe 1,000 youths or 2,000, people that are looking for jobs. It was qualitative. We narrowed in to interview, to talk to the people that really are in the middle of addressing this. Starting with BrighterMonday, we scrutinized a lot of data from BrighterMonday. We talked to BrighterMonday staff. We talked to all these organizations that are mentioned here. We have private sector, we have civil society organizations, we have a little bit of government, and other associations that are in this area. Let's delve into the findings now. Overall job postings, when we looked at these three sectors, these are the 12 months before the study, up to July 2025. You know, we saw that we had 730 jobs in agriculture, fishing, and forestry. We had 782 in creatives. We have 597 in manufacturing. But most importantly, before I go into this data, I want to remind us about the importance of the three sectors. One, I was talking to my colleagues yesterday, reminding them that when we were in P5 or P6 so many years ago, we used to be told that agriculture was the backbone of Uganda. I also happen to be a teacher by profession, although I just stepped in a classroom some 20 years ago. But once a teacher, always a teacher. Do you have any other teachers in the room? Today I'm fighting a lonely battle. Unfortunate, but I'll manage. So agriculture was the backbone of our country, and I think it still is. So when we get into the data, UBOS has told us that agriculture contributed 26.2% of our GDP over the last 1 year. You can imagine 1/5 of this whole country. Manufacturing and industry contributed 8.4% of our GDP last year. And I would also like to remind us, you know, we talked about the creatives, and there was a very nice video here. I cannot emphasize it enough. I can just give you an example of the National Development Plan, the fourth National Development Plan that we have just had adopted by government. It has now emphasized and highlighted the importance of culture and creative industry in our development, and focusing specifically on creating jobs. I picked up this because I know the others are not new, they are, you know, very common, but we need to be conscious that, you know, at the moment, it's one of the sectors that government looks at to create a lot of employment, to get our people into the money economy. And you know how, by the way, I'm still a young person as well, and you know, forget about these white things here, and you know how our young people are very interested actually and motivated by the creative sector. It means, you know, the opportunities are unlimited if we focus and we harness it so much. Now, looking at, this was the national picture. And maybe a little bit of a disclaimer, we are dealing with the jobs that have been advertised and taken up through the digital platforms. Otherwise, we cannot go to every employer, every private sector business to know how many people they have recruited or how many people they are planning to recruit. However, as we know, I think our MC emphasized the digital change, the digital revolution that is here. We know that where we are headed, it's all going to be digital. That's why some of us are even very worried about losing our jobs. I don't know whether we should pray that the digital revolution scales down, or whether we also manage to be digital. And in this room, we also have to think about that, especially if we are below 40. Maybe I'm lucky, I've escaped that level. I'm above 40, slightly above 40. But especially if we are below 40, I think we have all the reason, even ourselves, to perfect our own skills digitally. Otherwise, the world will leave us behind. So we started with the analysis of the entire market, and then we went to BrighterMonday. We saw that they had 147 in the sector, agriculture, fishing, and forestry. They had 67 in creatives, 117 in manufacturing and warehousing. This does not mean that creatives do not have jobs at all. Definitely, I want to keep emphasizing this, and the reasons will be coming. You know, I'm not sure if the gentleman that gave us a very good video here is able to post jobs through BrighterMonday or other online recruitment agencies, or if as the clients that use these services, if we can pick our phone and call BrighterMonday, do you have anyone that has posted, an opportunity, or they are looking for a job in this area? Maybe I want someone to make for me a nice video. Or as a society, we are still calibrated in a certain way that we are going to ask our friend, our in-law, our sister to get for us the one they used last year. And these are questions we have to ask ourselves, but also solve these challenges as we go along. We also looked at the different years now, 2022, 2023, 2024. And we are looking at financial years. We happened to do the study when the financial year was just ending. So we're able to look at the financial year 2023-24, so the 2024-25, 23-24, and 22-23. And you can see in the first year, the jobs were high. In the second year, they came down a little bit, but in the third year, they have again gone up. Of course, we have different economic dynamics and challenges along the way, but especially in the post-COVID recovery period, we know that we are only destined to get better, and you know that the economy is going to expand. But the question, of course, remains, how do we tap into these opportunities, and how do we package our young people? How do we make them ready to tap into these opportunities? Yes, we see serious increases in the sectors. For instance, 194% in agriculture, fishing, and forestry. We see 40% increase in the creative sector, and we see 134% in manufacturing. Sorry about that. See how digital competencies are here teasing me also. So let's look at the dynamics in the sectors in the last 1 year. We see that in quarter one to quarter two, we see an increase. And remember these quarters, the way they are structured. This is a certain period of the year. We usually have certain sectors very active in certain seasons. And later on, I'll also be talking about seasonal and casual and part-time jobs, because these are realities that we are facing. So when there are changes, for example, now the rains have come, agriculture is moving, people selling fertilizers, pesticides, seeds, and all that, I think they are now in business. No wonder we see around that time the jobs going up. I know we have weather challenges in this country. In some places we are having challenges, but I think the trend here matches with our real experience. If we ask our colleagues here who are dealing with seeds, I think their highest sales could be around this period, because that's how the season operates. Now, we see manufacturing also coming up in quarter 3 and quarter 4 in terms of jobs. That could also have other dynamics. Talk about investments, talk about the closure of the financial year, talk about the government releases of money, talk about the dynamics in the private sector. But the overall point that we are making here is that we are not seeing these jobs coming down. Instead, we are seeing them going upwards. We see a little bit of a slump in the creatives. They also come up around this season after the financial year has started, though they oscillate a little bit, but we are headed in the right direction. We looked at the jobs, the exact positions that come up in these sectors, and we picked them especially from the experience of BrighterMonday. How are these jobs coming up across the different sectors? As you can see, the second column is agriculture, the second column is manufacturing, the third column is creatives. You will see positions such as accounting areas, sales executives, supervisors, there are jobs that will cut across, especially in agriculture and manufacturing. And the reason is we have more formalized operations in these two sectors. That's why you're able to see a number of the common positions that are coming up. However, it's important to look at, the jobs that come in the specific sectors. Talk of graphic designers. This is very interesting. We also have graphic designers being supported in agriculture, fishing, and forestry. That shows you again how the creatives will be cross-cutting very soon. That means very soon we'll be seeing creatives also taken up across all the different sectors. Now, you also have positions that are in specific sectors. Talk of, we also had an analysis of the different sectors. We see more of farm management, supervision, and research in agriculture. We see more of mechanical technicians, electrical technicians, and all that coming up in manufacturing, and I think this is not surprising at all. This is what we expect, right? You don't expect more electricians in agriculture than in manufacturing. Though, of course, we need to be conscious that manufacturing cuts across. It's not just, for instance, we have manufacturing in agriculture. We have manufacturing in construction. The only difference here is that manufacturing goes beyond agriculture, and it's in construction, in housing. It will come up in the confectionaries and the food sector. So it's much wider. When you look at the creatives, we see more of customer care, we see more brand ambassadors, we see more marketing managers. And this is actually getting back to what I said before. Marketing, it means that we still have a lot to do in this area of creatives. The potential is very high, right? But the community doesn't seem to be falling through to use the services and use them in a formalized manner. I have personally used the services gentleman was talking about here in the video, but I don't remember signing any contract, I think, at some point. Yes, I paid, I didn't run away, but I could have run away because at some point I did not even sign any contract. You are just on a gentleman's agreement. I'm sending you some 1 million on mobile money. I will send you 500 more tomorrow on mobile money. That's not the best way of doing business. How do we need to start asking ourselves, how do we get there? And the moment we get these creative young people into the formal sector, then they will even create many more jobs, right? They will also need accountants, they will also need administrators, they will also need research at some point as we advance and get through. So those were the figures in terms of the jobs that are specifically in the individual sectors. Now, something special about the creatives. The jobs are there, but the people looking for the jobs are not seeing them, interestingly. And the people that are advertising the jobs are telling us we are not seeing the people. It again comes back to us. How do we make sure that the jobs that are there are accessed by these guys that have the skills? And we picked a voice here from one of the organizations. This is a very formal civil society organization. We recently advertised several jobs in the ICT sector and creatives with positions in software development, website development, and videography. However, we received only 5 applications, and out of these, only 3 turned up for interviews. We had to give up on this process and instead resort to headhunting to be able to find suitable candidates. These are jobs that are advertised nationally on the several digital platforms. And I'm not convinced that we don't have people who can do this. Indeed, when this organization went through headhunting, they were able to get them. So the question for you and I is, how do we get these people to be active in the market? You know, as of today, I'm not sure how many have registered on the BrighterMonday platform, but that would be interesting to see right now. How many do we have that are seeking jobs within the creative sector? We looked at the geographical distribution of these jobs, of the applications. Now, when people apply, I've applied for jobs several times in my career. When people apply, they always pick interest. This is in Kampala, this is in Mbale, this is in Ntungamo, this is in Kaberamaido. We see majority of these jobs, especially in warehousing, manufacturing and warehousing, and then creatives. We see most of them in Kampala, right? We also see other cities coming up, but not as much as Kampala. Now, we see also people that are interested in remote work, and I will be talking about this in much more detail later in the presentation. It's also something that we need to embrace. Can we have hybrid, for example, where someone doesn't have to come to office every day, or someone can come 2 days in a week, or they can even settle at home and come to office once in 2 weeks. In other countries it is working. And I think that the unfortunate COVID-19 pandemic taught us that it is possible to work even when you're not seated in the office. Unfortunately, as we talk about Kampala, as we talk about the city, as I will explain later, we see more preference amongst our young people to work around. We interviewed some businesses that told us whenever you tell them you want them to go to Mbale, many of them even turn down the jobs. Or I'm just using Mbale as an example. You want them to go to Mbale and someone hesitates and says, I want to be in Kampala. No? So looking at this, these were overall, looking at this table, we also look at gender. I know MC highlighted this. It raises concern that we see much lower numbers of females applying for these jobs across the different sectors. We know that we've had affirmative action for the last 20 years, and we know that even when we have students graduating at Makerere University, these days we have equal numbers, and I think 2 years ago we even had more ladies than gentlemen, than young men. But how come the ladies are not coming through in these platforms to apply for the jobs? Is there something we need to do? Do we need to get back to them? Could it be that maybe people are a bit skeptical about the platforms? Could it be that, they are more employed somewhere? I don't think that is true. We need to think together. But also, most important, refine the mechanisms. How do we get young women access these platforms and also compete for the jobs? Because we know they are out there and they are very competent, and they have also studied like their male counterparts. Emerging trends. I promise to look through the trends. What has come up of late that we see in the job market? We see a lot of emphasis on experience and prior exposure, and the reasons that you colleagues, some of you are in this room that cited, were at times poor attitude towards work, very limited soft skills, and lack of commitment among those that have not worked before. And I will explain more about this. We also see a lot of interest in soft skills among the employers. And as I know that in this room, many of us in this room, I can be sure that many of us are doing what we thought we would not do when we finished university. Not that we were not interested in it, but as life moved on along the way, we got exposed to other areas and found opportunities. maybe we are doing different things and we find them even much more interesting than what we studied directly. So there is a lot of interest in soft skills. We see preference of remote and hybrid work. Up to 30% of job seekers in manufacturing, for example, and up to 80% in creatives have sought hybrid employment. And I think this is a reality also that we have to face. On whether we are going to be home and be taking our tea and beer instead of working, that one I will not commit. But if we are working against the deliverables, I, for one, in many cases, I wake up at 4 a.m., 3 a.m. and work. If we are going to give people deliverables and they are delivering them, I think we need to continue embracing remote and hybrid working. Maybe it's also high time we started thinking of this young person, if he's very competent, he can work for 2 organizations, at the same time. He can dedicate 40% to X organization and dedicate 60% to Y organization. And the other person can pay them 60% of their time, and this one can pay 40% of their time. All these are things we have to continue thinking about. We see a lot of adoption of digital tools. As we are here, I think we have all talked about, everyone that has talked about digital tools. Right in this room, we are in the middle of the digital world, I can say. So that's an example. If it is happening right here, it is also happening out there in the job market. We see increased use of external recruiters. Many employers no longer want to withstand the hassle of receiving 1,000 applications, and then they screen, they shortlist, they call all this crowd, then they hire premises for recruitment and all that. They want this to be done by external recruiters, which from our perspective is good because it is bringing in now the technical approach. We may be employers, but maybe we don't have expertise in terms of assessing somebody's abilities or somebody's soft skills. We see demand for advanced ICT skills, programs, graphic design and all that. I think I heard of a graphic designer somewhere in the audience. These are some of the very, very key skills that are coming up. And as I said before, in the creatives, many of these areas will cut across the other sectors. And that's a great opportunity that we can capitalize on and increase jobs for our young people. Development of industrial parks and free zones in line with the government of Uganda's national industrial policy. I know we have someone from government, high level in government. I think this is a very good step in the right direction in terms of industrialization. And imagine if we reached out to these industrial parks and we wanted to place young people. I think this is a golden opportunity. I know I interacted with one of the organizations where a company, one of the textile industries around said, please give me 300 young people. We have jobs here. If you have trained them, bring them here. We have a partnership. I give them jobs. They start working. Imagine if we had 100 companies in the industrial zones, in the industrial parks, and each of them wants 200. Just 200. You have a capacity to create jobs for 20,000 people in 1 month, if that was the case. We see more of the semi-formal and informal recruitments in this sector. And people that have run businesses in this room will tell us that, we operate at different levels. Not everyone would be ready to recruit, to have a very highly formalized employment. In the agriculture sector, we have even seasonal jobs. We have part-time jobs. So we see a lot of non-formal or informal jobs coming up, but which we can also tap into and have our young people employed. In terms of the challenges, we also looked at the challenges that young people, that affect the young people themselves. We see unrealistic expectations, among the young people. For instance, one is at entry level, but, they expect so much. I've also interacted with young people in my working life. You get a person who is young and they are good, but they think they have, they're entitled for so much. And all of us in this room will agree that maybe it takes you an average of 3 years, to gain some experience, to improve your skills, to interact better, to be able to apply to another organization. So we need to train our people, our young people, to manage expectations, to be interested in learning, and all these different soft skills. Job hopping. We see lots of job hopping among the young people. Hardly 2 months into the job, you are applying again. You're just learning, but you're going away. We also see limited interest and fear of challenging roles. This is very complicated. Can you imagine they want me to work on Saturday? Saturday we are not supposed to work. Can you imagine someone says he's still at work at 8 p.m.? In some societies, people work up to midnight. Or people go and sleep during the day and they will come and work from midnight to 6 a.m. We need to change the attitude of our young people that, we have to face the challenge and we have to be resilient and committed. We see preference for the city and urban-based jobs. We had experiences where organizations told us they wanted to post people up country, and someone turns down the job. No, I can't go to such and such a place. It's very far. Or how will I stay there? How will I live there? But I can assure you in this room, if we sampled and asked people where they started working from, we could get a good majority here that started from up country. And eventually, they grew through and got exposed to different situations. And unfortunately, we have a problem of job scams. Even when you have an advert from government, you're tempted to first call someone, is this genuine? And because we have had so many scams in this country, even when it is a genuine advert, people are a bit skeptical. How can they advertise all these jobs? Because you often see people reaching out, pay this amount to be shortlisted, these jobs, call back this. I have also seen adverts of daily this and this and this, you will receive 200,000. So it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that we laugh about it, but this discourages many of our young people, And I have also seen many disclaimers. Please note this is not our advert. People have advanced the level of impersonating government, the level of impersonating UN organizations, jobs, please do this, I can connect you and all that. This should not stop us from applying for jobs. We can also encourage our young people to go ahead and validate. Is this a genuine advert? Rather than abandoning it and you don't give it a try. Limited soft skills. This is a very, very, very important point. Things as simple as, interacting with other people, customer care, how to write an email, how to communicate. Nowadays we used to study about official letters and I think casual letter or something like that. Write a letter asking for a job, write a letter to a friend, or write to your dad, right? I'm not sure if we still do that in school. But I personally cannot forget some of those letters. Even when I'm writing an email or when I'm writing a letter, I remember, dear sir, stroke, madam. I still remember that. So, these are some of the soft skills, just to pick a few. The attitude, the way people will treat you, you find them at reception and even they can't say how are you, or they can't even look at your face. In many places, unfortunately. And that's what the employers are looking out for. Some of us have been in banks and we end up quarreling. What is this? No one talks to you. You call, no one picks. So, just to use an example, I'm not saying banks are bad, but, soft skills constitute a very big proportion. Some of you here have looked for up to 70% from young graduates in terms of soft skills. The rest of the technical bits of what you studied and all that, can always come later. After all, not all of us will have to do what we studied at our undergraduate, especially in the arts area, right? I can be a very good banker when I started development studies. I could go and do an accounting, professional course, even when I studied law or medicine, and I can become a very good accountant. So the soft skills that we start with are very, very, very important. On the side of us, the employers now, there are some challenges also. We see a lot of non-supportive organizational cultures. Someone is in an organization, but they don't even want to identify with it. They are working, they are earning a salary, but they have nothing, that binds them to really feel attached, to really feel passionate, to really feel that this is home. And yet this is where they spend most of their time, by the way. I think I stay in my home maybe a third of my time from Monday to Saturday. The rest I'm out there hustling, trying to make a living. Now, there is a problem here. If there is no organizational culture that is supportive, if there is no organizational culture that is enticing for these young people, it is going to be problematic. And at the end of the day, it is counterproductive. If we don't treat them well, they also don't treat our businesses well. And eventually, we also lose it. Inadequate facilitation for employee remuneration. And we are not saying the economy is doing very well. We are not saying there is a lot of money in businesses. But at times you look at a young person and what they are earning from their job, 300,000, they need transport, they need food, they need to survive. At times we are also not realistic. On how we balance it to make profit and pay them and pay ourselves and all that and taxes, I will not give any serious tricks. But the reality remains that at times you look at what these young people are paid and you say that yes, we are saying they are not committed, but we are also not doing a lot to commit them really. It's something we should search our souls on. Limited willingness to build staff capacities. If you have this young person that you have employed, why don't you put some bit of resources and train them into what you want? Give them that training for 2 weeks. Give them that training for a month so that you build them into the human being that you want. At the end of the day, when they be more productive, it is to the benefit of the organization. Unfortunately, we also see unfair treatment of the young people at the workplace. We still have lots of sexual harassment in the workplace. We still see people working without protective gear. We still see people working when they are hungry. We still see people working at times lacking basic things such as water for drinking. And this is even beyond the job. It's human. In our culture as Ugandans, even when a person passes and you've never seen them, they pass your household, you can give them water for drinking, right? When we are growing, you can branch off to any home and say, can you kindly give me water? And even when you ask for water, if they have juice or if they have porridge, they will give it to you. So can we also start being humane, more humane? I'm not saying we are not, but more humane and providing a bit more facilities for our young people to deliver what they are supposed to deliver. Some conclusions here. We see that the market is wide and continues to grow. There are many more opportunities that are coming up across these three sectors. I know I emphasized so much on the creatives, but manufacturing is growing. Agriculture is also getting better. We want it more formal. We want it more producing. We want it more value addition. And all these government policies and efforts are going to make it better. So we have much more opportunities for jobs for our young people in the coming times. There is so much potential in the informal and semi-formal sector to create jobs. For example, I talked about seasonal jobs, part-time. There is a lot that is happening in that side. And this is, of course, for Brighter Monday, maybe is it high time that you started planning to venture into this area? If people are doing construction. I don't know if you went to any construction site in this town. If you look at the level of investment, it is so high, right? maybe you will find certain people working there for 3-4 months. But if you ask for anyone that has a contract, they may not be there. But at the same time, these guys are earning money and they are sustaining their families. Some of them are even being paid on a daily basis. Do you know what it means to touch money on a daily basis? You know, it's very important. Maybe it's high time we also started venturing into the non-formal or the semi-formal sector to increase access to jobs for our young people. We see lots of specialized jobs, especially in the ICT and digital jobs. We need to look at that. And unemployment is real. We have so many people out there. When you look at the number of applications that come through, we looked at the last 1 year at BrighterMonday. Every advert that was posted attracted around 10 applications. Every job, an average of 10 applications. And in some cases, it's because this is a digital platform. Otherwise, if there are applications, you could receive 5,000. Some time back, I applied for a job in one of the government agencies so many years ago, and I think my application was number 4,500 something. And it was like halfway the time of applying. So you can imagine the number of people that we have that need jobs. So there are many. What we need to do is to harness them, to position them, but also collaborate effectively with the employers. We see new trends as we presented them in the last slide. We have to look at these new trends that are coming up. We see the government strategy now of industrialization, of formalizing and advancing agriculture and value addition. All these are very supportive. And if we tapped into them, we are able to generate employment for our young people to get them into employment with even minimal effort, by the way, if we go into these concentrations of the industrial parks. We see challenges, of course, that inhibit the young people's interest and steadfastness to seek and get the jobs. Gender inequality. This is very saddening that we still see a very small proportion of young women applying for these jobs. When they are actually out there, they're educated, they have the same capacities like us, the men. Even when we have significant efforts to formalize the jobs, to formalize employment, we still see domination of the semi-formal and informal employment. While we should be looking forward to formalize, we also need to look at how do we tap in these current opportunities when they are still semi-formal. We tap into them, but at the same time, formalize as much as we can. And in terms of the recommendations, we recommend that we put more emphasis on specific jobs that have emerged uniquely. For instance, if we have, I know that BrighterMonday has efforts now to sharpen, to give more skills to the young people. We need to look at these jobs that are coming up. I don't know if we wanted 100 farm managers today, how we can very easily get them. And they are not high-level agriculturists maybe that are largely theoretical, but a farm manager that you want to come and start and move. So can we look at these peculiar jobs that are coming up and prepare our young people for them? The digital skilling, I cannot emphasize it more. That's where lots of opportunities are. We need to put in efforts to demystify jobs that are out of Kampala. I've worked in the refugee settings in Western Nile, and I've seen many people that have their families in Kampala, but they work in Yumbe, in Ajumani, in Arua, and they are doing well. We need to demystify, this feeling that jobs of country are very difficult or they are not giving opportunities. It's a very good opportunity actually. For me, the young people that come to me personally, I tell them that's where the real work is. Go there, practice, interact with the marketing, interact with clients. Then by the time you come back here, you will even be much stronger. Development of soft skills, I cannot emphasize this enough. soft skills, soft skills, soft skills. I have also participated a little bit in recruitment, and I've seen young people that just attach their documents and send without writing anything. Someone opens the email, maybe applications at BrighterMonday.co.ug, attaches the documents or the CV and sends. Nothing like, dear sir or madam, that I said before. Nothing like, kindly find attached my application. They send. The winner is the time I was supporting some recruitment and someone opened the email and said, hello, HR, hello, please receive. I kept it. It's now like 3-4 years, but I still have it. Hello. You know? Why? Because maybe this person, no one has ever told them about how to send that job application. And this I will also heap this on some of us here that are parents. I think this should go beyond the teacher. It should go beyond BrighterMonday efforts. Even us at home in our sitting room, we can share some of these basic skills. Because as the parents, we know we studied it in school, right? We've had an opportunity to understand it from other circles. Why don't we also share it with our children? It's not in the report, but I'm just sharing it, that we can also do a little bit better to package our young ones when they get there, when we are getting embarrassed on their behalf when they write such things. Can we also get back to our schools and institutions? Maybe as we look at these the skills that we are developing, the formal skills of our work, can we also remind our institutions to also tackle a little bit of the soft skills? My first time to touch a computer was in senior 6, unfortunately, when those days. So maybe in school, in secondary school or at home, I couldn't have had an opportunity to learn how to write an email. But in today's era, you know, that school can tackle some of these soft skills that our young people really need. So can we remind them? Can we interact with them? It's technology again. It is technology again for me. Okay. Private sector, please help us to design job training and mentorship programs. This benefits our young people, but it also benefits you. If you package them, they will do for you a good job. If you empower them, they will work better and they will deliver more. We also need to develop, as BrighterMonday specifically, what if we develop partnerships with some of these industrial parks? Or what if we reach out to industrial parks and develop partnerships with these entities? Then we can very directly place some of our young people that want to get jobs into some of these businesses. Semi-formal and non-formal jobs out there. You talked about a very big target of around 45,000. Maybe it's high time that you looked at this sector as well, to be able to place some more young people in these jobs, because they are out there. With the big target, I think this would be a big opportunity also to get the young people into work. I know it takes time to recalibrate your way of work if you haven't started that yet, but it's something that is doable. If this stubborn technology is not working for me, I will end it. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. Sorry about the few hiccups. You're most welcome to give comments.
All right, another round of applause for Mr. Sam. Come on, we are clapping like we didn't have breakfast. Anyone who didn't have breakfast? Great. Thank you so much, Sam, for that illuminating and evidence-rich presentation. Very good presentation. It's a presentation that did not just tell a story, yes, but it gave us a clear direction, right? It was a very good clear direction. One of the things that I identified from this presentation is that growth is happening, right? Growth is happening, but also opportunities are emerging, okay? So to me, there is a question that still remains, right? And the question is, how do we align skills with these opportunities? That's the question mark that we're going to dive into. But thank you so much, Sam, for that. Sam really emphasized on specific jobs across sectors. We talked about how do we demystify jobs outside Kampala, okay? He also talked about how do we scale soft skills among young people, because that's what now employers are looking for. He also talked about, can we have partnerships with industrial parks, right? Very, very important, because he mentioned if an industrial park can hire 200 young people, then these partnerships are vital, right? And then he talked about how do we access semi-formal and formal jobs to the young people. So Sam, I can't thank you enough, for the findings, but also for your presentation. We really, really appreciate you for that. Okay, and another question that I posed, the next sessions that we're going to be doing, we'll bring that question to life, right? So before we do our breakout, I would love to invite Pamela Kabahesi back to the podium to officially invite our guest of honor, and that is none other than the Commissioner of Employment Services, Mr. Lawrence Egulu, who is in the room with us. Of course, the Commissioner will share with us brief remarks before we proceed to the sector discussion. So let's clap for Pamela, please. When you hear her name, please make sure.
Thank you very much, Sam, for that deeply insightful report that you presented. I just want to add, with your permission, Mr. Commissioner, let me just have 2 minutes of your time to add a few key things that I could have noticed, or information that I feel like I need to share. One, some say that if you're above 40, you have escaped the technology or the AI trade. I want to say that you have not. As we saw with his demonstration, with the presentation, and I know these days we have jobs where you're required to be online. I want to tell you a story. When after COVID, when we realized that we're not going back from online meetings and remote work, we used to have meetings, and I know we've experienced this kind of thing. We'd have meetings, and then people's videos would either be on top of their heads or would be facing somewhere else, and you'd be saying, "We can't see you, please move like this, please enter the camera." We have not escaped. Nobody is excused. We must all catch up with the, the technology requirements. So I just wanted to point out a few things. We have done research in across our various markets in Nigeria, in Kenya, and Ghana, and based on what Sam presented, I just want to share a few things. In agriculture, whereas in our presentation we don't see the participation of women, in, for example, Nigeria, there's informal agriculture. There's that sector that is not necessarily formal. There's the formal smallholder agriculture, subsistence farming. And we will see that for Nigeria, the number is up to 70% of women in that sector. So I would imagine, given that these are African countries, I would imagine that the same could be, an inference could be made for the case of Uganda, that whereas we don't see them in the formal, using digital platforms to access these jobs, it could be that would look into their participation in the formal sector, in the informal sector, in agriculture, or whatever other informal sector that we're looking for at, yeah? And then we've also had another study that shows that self-employment makes up the largest share, also in informal workers. So the same informal agriculture workers are also self-employed. So you're not necessarily going to see them appear on job platforms looking for these jobs, but they are there. The other thing that I thought I would point out was that in Nigeria as well, we have agriculture contributing 24% to their GDP. So I guess it's not something we can run from. Like the study has shown, it's growing, it's improving, and we need to position ourselves in a way that we can reap the maximum benefits for it. For the creative sector, I just want to point out 3 things. One is advancement in technology. There is no rewind button. That one, we have noticed that it's only getting more and more advanced. There's not going to be a rewind button at least any time now. 2, increasing internet and mobile usage. That is also something that we can't run from. And then 3, increasing youth population. So according to a study again done by the Africa Talent Company, you see that these three factors present a unique opportunity to revolutionize the creative sector. So for us who are in the creative sector, and I think Uganda is positioned uniquely for this one because we have a high youth population, we have a very young population, we can only get better with technology. You know, they say when you're at the bottom, you can only go to the top, yeah? So we have an advantage in as far as technology is concerned, whereas right now it looks like we are behind, we can only get better, you know? There's no going backwards for us. And then also the increasing internet and mobile usage. If you look at the NDP, I don't remember the specific stats, but it shows that our mobile and internet usage has gone up increasingly for the last 5 years. So for me, those 3 factors in the creative sector will see us only getting better. And I want to encourage people who are in the creative sector to harness these factors and then yield as much as they can. So with those very few, let me just add one last thing. Work at BrighterMonday Uganda and the Africa Talent Company, we acknowledge 4 different kinds of work, yeah? It's not just the usual formal, but now we have remote work. There's work that's fully remote. You can be employed in, for example, Germany and never have to leave Uganda. That's remote work. You do it online. Those are the people who wake up at night. If you're working in a different time zone, if your hours are 8 to 5 and you report in the US, while we are sleeping, you have to wake up and, you know, do the work at your time zone. Then we have gig work. Gig work we've also seen that is very attractive to the youth. You're needed for a specific season. When it's done, maybe you get another gig somewhere else. So it's just short-term seasonal assignments. And then we also seen hybrid work where you do both remote and physical, yeah? So sometimes you're required to be to attend work in person, sometimes you're not. And then we also have finally the full-time job where 8 to 5, Monday to Saturday, Monday to Friday, you're required to be present at your job, yeah? So these are the things that I just thought I would quickly slide in there, borrow some time from our commissioner, quickly slide in there, just for our information. So, without further ado, and as requested by Clinton, please allow me to invite our commissioner from Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, Mr. Lawrence Egulu, to give us his. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much, Pamela. Thank you very much, Clinton, Sam, Joanne. Where are you? You are the one who harassed me to come and be here. It's really a pleasure. There used to be a time when I would walk into a room and I was the youngest, and I would be asked to do everything, from note-taking to photocopying to ushering in guests, but that time is past. But I don't regret it. Sam, so let me start with Sam. I own a little campsite in Jinja, and I welcome interns and so on. So this dude applied to be taken on, and I'm very active on social media, and I guess I'm about 40, so, but I'm still active in those things. So I decided to check this guy out a bit, and the first thing I noticed was on his Instagram, the guy was sitting in the middle of a tarmac road with the yellow, the yellow thing in the middle, the divide line between the left and the right and left, yes. And so one leg was on one side of the road, the other leg was on this side, and on one hand was this nyege Uganda Waraji bottle. Now, so tell me how that guy is employable, just because of the way you are able to package yourself, how are you able to manage yourself on social media as well as in real life? Are the two going to be different? So this person might be the brightest, the best in the industry, but just because of the way he has presented himself, there's no way he's going to get that job because of that lack of awareness, self-awareness, and the presentation, and of course the social, the soft skills that you're talking about. So it's a challenge that we face. Even in government, we receive these people every day, but I realized, these mugs that you guys have, Pamela, you have one. There are so many things that go in those mugs these days. I'm not saying yours have things in there, but you'll find yourself talking to somebody in the morning. He's sipping onto something, but I'm afraid those things have so many other ingredients that are contained in those mugs. So I'm not saying every young person in the world is doing those things, but indeed it's happening. So be careful. Don't try to test everybody's whatever they are drinking. You might be very shocked as to what the result will be in the next few minutes. Anyway, so I'm here to simply say a few things about the beautiful presentation, which Brighter Monday. I wish today was a Monday. I think it would have even been brighter. In my other life, I do critiquing people's work. But this is not an academic exercise. So I'm simply going to agree with Sam that indeed this was a great presentation. It's the real world we live in, and kudos to the work that you've done as Brighter Monday. The job market is tight. So I'm just going to add a few things. Everything you've said, I agree with. So these are just a few things which you perhaps already know, but just to add on to the knowledge base. We have information overload. There's just too much information out there. You start writing a paper, you have no idea even where you want to start because there's just too much. Most of it is good. Most of it is also bad. So what do you choose? What don't you choose? Pamela, the other thing you didn't know about me is that I'm one of the few people who actually designed the Young Africa Works program under the MasterCard Foundation. So we had these people come in from Toronto. They talked to a few of us, and then they selected even a fewer set of people. I mean, there was myself, there was Maggie Chigozi of Crown Bottlers, Patrick Bitature of there, is it there? Yes, that direction. Yes, and then a few other people. So we kept talking, and then eventually they shipped all of us to Toronto. We had 3 days, 2019, we locked us in a room basically and told us to come up with a product, for Africa. Okay, so we scratched a few brains, and that figure of 30 million Africans, young Africans to work, we came up with that figure. 10 years, it's us who did that. And then the modus operandi now, how do we deliver this 30 million Africans in 10 years? So then when we came back as a Uganda team, we again sat down and we came up with the figure 4.3 million Africans. 4.3 young Ugandans must enter the job market, must be employed. So we sat in a number of places at Serena, here at Skies, and other places. So that's a bit of me in terms of the Young Africa Works. So thank you very much for this opportunity of taking me back to those days. That was 2018, 2019. And then we continue to serve on the advisory team as well. And here we are. So thank you for carrying our dream forward. So I work with the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. I did other things before, but now it's 7 years, I think. Yes, 7 years that I've done this job as Commissioner of Employment Services. But my background is economics, but it's a pleasure to talk to young people. This is what we look like as a country. I think we are almost 50. We have what, 48 million now, Ugandans, and that's the pyramid, which is, you demographers and everybody knows that pyramid, that indeed we are very active day and night in terms of producing young children. The population growth rate is 3.2% per annum. So, Pamela, you have a job tomorrow. You will have jobs. If you want a job to set up a new job, please, things around childcare, kindergartens, schools, people will keep producing. You tell Ugandans to stop producing, just forget. So it's a job we like to do best in terms of production of children. This technology of ours is not moving. Okay, so Uganda is the second largest, the second youngest country in the world, below Niger. So look at that group. Niger, Uganda, Mali, Chad, Angola, Somalia, DRC, Gambia, Burkina Faso. So it looks like the poorer you are, the more children you have. That is statistically significant, not so. Look at that. So we are about 16 years in terms of the median age. So your job is cut out for you. If you get to these are statistics of 2021. I mean, it's a labor force survey. The figures have changed a bit in as far as the census results are concerned, but the story is still pretty much the same. My most scaring one is the NEET, which you all know, not in employment, not in education, and not in trading. The figure has gone to 50.9. So people between the age of 18 to 30. I'm sure you've read this somewhere. So 18 to 30, it's now about 10 million. So more than half are not in employment, not in education, and not in training. So, Baliwa, where are these people? That is a statistic you need to target, because that is even more scary than unemployment. Somebody not in education, not in employment, and not in training. These are people you can hire to throw stones at the opposition or at the government side, because they're available, they're energetic. Yeah? Hire them to remove posters, because they'll be there. They'll take your watch in 2 seconds. As you're in your car with your beautiful bling bling, they'll pluck them out, because they're nowhere. So they're very available to do any dangerous work. Youth unemployment. Now, look at the first figure there. So the youth unemployment rate is that 16.5. It's about 17 now. If you look, it's about 18 actually, 18%, according to the classical ILO definition. It's about 18% nationwide. But look at those with degrees and above, 30.5%. So it means the more educated you are, the less chances you have of getting employed. However, those without education have the lowest. Do you see that? So what does that tell you? It means there is no need for you to go to school to be educated. Have you heard these days there is a class of people who tell you openly, Nze sasoma. I have not been to school, so don't bother me with your English. So it's becoming a fad, and people are happy to be classified as I have not been to school. Nzensasoma. Simply because they're telling you, you go to school, you're wasting your time, you'll not get a job. So better stay out of school and you'll still be employed. Now that is scary. So it's basically saying, the cost of education is high. Why do I go to school if I'm not going to get a job at the end of the day? So it's not it points to a very wrong direction in as far as investment in education is concerned. But that's where we are. Now, this is also a dangerous trend in the sense that young people don't want to be volunteers and they don't want to be unpaid. They want a job which pays, and they want jobs in offices, your figures there. So those agriculture jobs in Kanungu, fishing in Kapakwacha are not for me who has been to school. I'm not going to be a volunteer in people's offices. I'm not going to carry your tea. I'm not going to pay your children's school fees. I don't want to be a volunteer. I don't want to be an apprentice. That's what it is basically saying. And yet, if you look at the United Nations, for instance, almost everybody has at one point been a volunteer at the UN before they became what they are. Do you know that? Or an apprentice. Get there, do the dirtiest job which nobody wants to do, and you'll be noticed. And that's how you get into that office. But we are being told Ugandans don't want to do that. If you don't pay me, don't waste my time. Even interns, we receive them every day. But, they come, they browse, and then at the end of the week, they basically come as a demand. Sign my form. Because it's like a right. You sign my form. Because that's what then I'll take back to my professor so that I can be able to graduate. You see. So the volunteering part is not very, 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 very sexy for us. So this is it. What is a job? I think you already defined it. Activities that generate income, monetary. That's according to the World Development Report of the World Bank. Okay? Quality of jobs, quantity of jobs, and then who gets the jobs. And of course, all of you know about demand and supply. Who doesn't know those things? They do this, right? They meet, eh? That's how jobs usually determine the unemployment rate. The demand and supply of labor. Go to the next slide. This thing has decided to refuse to work. So these are the key constraints. I think some in your report you've also dwelt at them, and of course on the demand side and on the supply side. The supply side, of course, it's about the quality of your labor, your skills, the soft skills you've talked about, the social norms, the discrimination, and so on. The demand side, it's okay, you can still. Why do people demand labor? That's the demand side, and then of course the frictions in the labor market, information asymmetry, very important what you mentioned. There are jobs and there are job seekers, but they just don't seem to see each other. That's why there are dating sites, right? You're looking for a husband, you're looking for a wife, and you just can't meet. You try in church, they are not there. You try in the market, you don't meet. So what do? Somebody decides to start Tinder or whatever it is. These days, people even post themselves half naked on those websites and say, contact so and so. Women have become so bold these days. You put yourself there and you tell us who you are, where you work, and where you don't work. I don't work. That's my job, being a Mnyankore. It's fine. You can get me on the following number. And I'm beautiful. Okay? But it works, okay? So likewise, labor brokerage, that's what BrighterMonday is doing, bringing the two together, the demand and supply, because people are just not seeing each other, but jobs are there, okay? Agriculture still dominates, if you look at this. I don't know how many of you have done economics and you know those regressions and so on. So you can see that agriculture is the big dot there. So whether you like it or not, agriculture will still continue to play a role in our lives in as far as providing employment is concerned. These others then come in, construction, hospitality, mining, utilities, wholesale, what you already presented. So you can't run away from agriculture. Of course, now we are moving into commercial agriculture. That's what the president wants us to do. But still, agriculture in all its form is still a big deal. Next. So this is sorry about jumping around. Some of the slides, this should have come earlier. So this is an employment rate. Again, Labor Force Survey 2021. Who is from Bukedi in this place? Hene Muchidi in this place? Busia, Tororo, Butaleja. What's the problem? Is it a leadership problem, or is it too much Kongo, Ajono, and Waraji? What's going on? Why is the youth unemployment rate so high in Bukedi? Give me one answer. What's the problem? Because Bukedi stands out everywhere. Even in poverty, you are everywhere. What seems to be the problem with Bukedi? See? And my friends in Chigezi, you are very low. What's the good thing you're doing? Why are the Bafumbira working hardest, and then the Bashidi are the ones who have no jobs? See? So that's the distribution. Kampala, you had 19.8. Nationally, we say it is about 12% unemployment rate. So if you want to if you want to help the Bakidi, please, Brighter Monday, start going in that direction. And this is the figure. I like this very much. This was by Spire. And this says a lot. See? So you are graduating and Cheza, and you're all excited. Your relatives, friends, and in-laws are around because finally you've graduated. But a few months down the line, even the nyash is gone. Okay? And you're wondering what to do with your life next. Should I try Saudi Arabia, where they're looking for maids? But what are the qualifications, you see, to get abroad? By the way, we deal also with external employment. In the last 10 years, we've created about 350,000 jobs abroad. But unfortunately, most of them are domestic workers. We've not gone into the skill set. That's where we are starting now. It's a new market of highly skilled workers. But that's what it is. That's the NEET again. Again, sorry for bringing this up. Not in employment, education, and training. Bukedi again, do you see that? 61% of young people in Bukedi are not in education, not in training, not in what is happening to Bukedi. So if you're a leader in Bukedi, I would be very worried as to what's happening in my backyard. Use of ICT. This is very important. Between male and female, we're almost at the same level in terms of penetration and ownership of anything around ICT. Okay? So whether it's radio, television, tablets, phones, and so on, it's okay. It's good. However, next slide is where you start getting worried. You see what we use those things for? Per plot, you know? What is the plot for Independence Day? See, social networking, 97%. So you're not using it for real business, for the real job that you're supposed to do. You're just wasting your time on social media and downloading and forwarding and asking each other not very important questions, you see. So much as you have it, you see. Academic work, 32%, okay. And then where you come in is just 10%, see. Job search. Why are people not using the internet or the tablets for job search? Is it because of the job scams? Or, next one, will tell you why. Because of Gambanogu. You want a job? Gambana Sam. That's what the figures are saying. That you get jobs through relatives, friends, and in-laws, not through anything. So what does that mean? It means there's favoritism in the labor market. People get jobs because they are connected to certain people. Simple and square. What does that lead to? Skills mismatches. So that's why you have wrong people in jobs, simply because of favoritism. Okay? You very well know your son cannot do this job, but because you are the commissioner, you'll bring your son to do that job. And the country suffers. that person from wherever it is who has that first-class degree and who could have done the job, but because they are not connected, they will not get the job. These are figures we've shared with the president, and he knows. Right? Indeed, there's corruption in the labor market. You don't get a job simply because it's even worse in the local authorities, local governments. You will not get that job. So at least you applied, and I don't know whether you got that job or not. You're number 4,000 and whatever. As to who got that job, you can't tell and how they got that job. Probably simply because they were part of the 60%. See? So this is an indictment. We did this exercise in terms of, there's so many government programs, and we commissioned this study to understand, there is Myoga, there was Ntandikwa, there is YLP, what else? There is PDM, there is Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Programs. Why are these things not leading to a dent in poverty and creating employment? And the story was clear. They are piecemeal, they are ad hoc, underfunded, and poorly implemented. Simple and square. I don't have to be outside government to tell you that. But that's, from an economic point of view, that's the result we were told. Piecemeal, ad hoc, underfunded, and poorly implemented. Because some of the recipients think this is politics. You're giving us these loans, you're giving us these grants simply because you want us to vote wisely, which is not the case. We are trying to lift you out of poverty, but you are thinking it is just a reward. It's not. So that's why it is. Next, let me go. This is more or less the same story by MasterCard Foundation. So strategic direction, and this is what the president says, Let's change course and go into what we call the ATMs, which is the nexus. The ATMs, you know what they are? Not where you draw money from. Not me. I'm also considered an ATM by some people. Not that ATM. Agro-processing, agro-industrialization, tourism, minerals, and oil, and so on, and ICT, innovation, science, technology, and innovation. So those are the 4 sectors which have been identified to lead to what's called the 10-fold growth strategy. Uganda's economy is about $50 billion now, so the government is aiming to make it 10 times. 50 times 10 is 500 billion by the year 2040. I wonder whether I'll be alive. But the president's vision is using those 4 sectors, the ATMs. And I think I'll not go through this. You mentioned some of these things that needs to be done to increase the young people's ability to be employed, addressing, the soft skills, the digitalization, the macroeconomic framework. You start a business today, it will die before it is 1 year old. Because the moment Uganda Revenue Authority hears you've started that house which you are going to rent, they're going to slap rental income on you, rental tax on you, which you will not be able to manage, and then you'll close. Or there's also business rivalry. Sam and Pamela start a business, a salon business. The following day, they start fighting over customers and profits. The business collapses. You try to do any work in Nigeria, where I live, the road is impassable because they have not repaired it. The next day, electricity is off for 3 days. Your juice will get rotten in the fridge. So some of those need to be built on to enable that enterprises to be able to thrive. So as the ministry, we've done, go before that, a few things we're doing. We have also started what you've done, which was launched by the president, the job matching, that labor brokerage. Again, applications online, people meet. So we need to talk to each other. We need to work together, you, the private sector, and us. Because all these brokerages, labor brokerages, you need the employers more. They need to build faith in your system so that they'll be able to post jobs there. And then the job seekers will be able to register and then get these jobs. So that's very, very important. National employment policy is ready. We are going to take it to cabinet actually on Monday. We hope the president will be there to chair it himself so that he hears these kind of things that we are saying about the job market, how tight it is. We did an employment diagnostics analysis. We did employment impact assessment. Now, employment impact assessment is a very interesting exercise. Say, you're going to build Sky's Hotel. How many jobs are you going to create? How many engineers will you need? How many plumbers? How many what? So competition should be based on the number of jobs that a particular industry should be able to create. You're going to build Ginger Bridge or Karuma. Are they going to be Ugandans that will get those jobs? If they are not, then don't give that contract to that company. That's what we are telling government. The ability for you to win should be, among other things, based on how many jobs that you're going to create. Those are some and a bit more. Due to time limitations, I'll stop here and basically simply say thank you so much for a good job well done. And may the conversation continue. Thank you so much.
All right, another energetic round of applause for the Commissioner. Thank you so much, Commissioner, for your words of wisdom and, of course, the reaffirmed commitment to youth empowerment. Thank you so much. At least we now know the national employment policy is in place, and I think what we just need to do is align, right? Align ourselves with the policy and see how best we can continue to work with government to ensure that we empower our young people in different sectors, of course. All right, now that we have heard from the Commissioner, it's time we get into the nitty-gritties, right? And I think with this one, I'm just going to guide. We're now going to move into our sector-specific roundtable sessions, right? This is where collaboration meets what we call execution, okay? And what's going to happen is that each group will discuss pressing challenges. You know, we have seen the report, we have looked at the challenges that the report has presented. Commission has also, re-echoed on some of these challenges. So each group, each sector will discuss the pressing challenges, the skills mismatches, the unrealistic job expectations, and of course also the urban job concentration that was also presented in the report. Okay, so how we're going to do this, we're going to have the three sectors. We're going to divide ourselves depending on from which sector you come from or you belong to. So the first group, which is sector 1, will be on agriculture, fishing and forestry, and that one will be led by a lady called Emma Audrey Grace, who also is the head of learning and development at BrighterMonday. So she will be in charge of that sector to ensure that all conversations in that group are sufficient. And then, of course, we shall have group 2. Group 2 will be sector 2, which will be looking at creatives, right? And then, of course, there we're looking at professionalization, we're looking at IP protection, and then, of course, monetizing digital skills. So that sector will also be our second group discussion, which will be led by Joan Kobsinje. She will be the one to make sure that sector is well taken care of. Oh no, sorry, Eunice Katshabe will be the one in charge of creatives. Sorry about that. And then the last group will be on manufacturing and warehousing, which will be led by Joan. And of course, there we're looking at smart logistics, we're looking at automation, workforce readiness. How ready are these young people in this sector? So that's what is going to happen. We're going to break out. And please, if you're in charge of each sector, please make sure that your groups are well designated to their discussion spaces. Can we have the leaders stand up? Eunice, please stand up, come to the front. At least maybe they should see you. Audrey, please come. And then, perfect. Our head of strategy will be the one representing Joanne. That's great. Okay, so very good approach from our head of strategies. He says let's separate in I think columns. Yeah, I think that would be better since we have three sectors. We can say sector 1, sector 2, and sector 3. That's fine. Yeah. So sector 1, agriculture, forestry. Please, you'll be this side. Creatives in the middle. Manufacturing and warehousing to the last column, right? So what we shall do is we shall use, it's now 11:28. We're going to use only 40 minutes, okay? 40 minutes to collaborate, debate, and shape action points within our groups. And then later on, we shall now have that feedback session or the open discussion where we get to hear what you guys were able to discuss in your breakout sessions. Okay, right. DJ with some small soft music in the background as we do this, that would be really amazing. Yeah, please, let's move, let's move. Yes. Yeah. Mm. Thank you so much. Perfect. That's really loud and clear. Thank you, Pamela, for that guidance. Really amazing. All right, I think let's get to work. Let's get to work because, like we already mentioned, the future begins with conversations like this, right? So let's get into our sectors. Agriculture, please this side, just for re-emphasizing. Agriculture, this side. Creatives in the middle. Manufacturing and warehousing to the extreme end. Yes, let's shift, let's get to work. Remember, time check, we have 40 minutes to do this. Audrey is guiding the agriculture section. Eunice is guiding the creatives. And then Raymond will be guiding the warehousing and manufacturing sector. Yeah, I think we can just have one table. Yeah. Just a small announcement. Those that need Wi-Fi, Next Media Park has opened their Wi-Fi for us to use. It's open. So what you do, you just go to your Wi-Fi menu and you'll find NCC. It is open, no password required. You'll be able to use the Wi-Fi for your discussions. Then also, just to re-echo on the things you're discussing, we are going to be discussing pressing challenges, skills mismatches, unrealistic job expectations, urban job concentration, and your findings. What do you think about the report that was presented to you? Okay? All right, thank you.
Dorothy Wegoyechimol is my name. I am the Managing Director of D&M Group International Limited. D&M Group International
I am the founder and CEO of Fera Innovations. And Fera Innovations basically
shape is incredible. How many times per week you visit the gym?
0. I'm just doing military workouts every morning. Every man over 40 should try it.
What is your advice for all men in 2025?
Every man should immediately start doing military training.
What's the best workout for men over 40?
Military workouts, no question. Train.
Mugamba zooming ddala out. Mugamba tubere ddala.
Here's how I fill gaps in my edits in seconds. As creators, sometimes the missing piece is
My boss thought I worked all weekend, but I just stopped using ChatGPT.
Okay, our time is close to being up, and we're having 3 minutes to close. So please use the remaining 3 minutes to ensure that you come up with your action points, and then we can get started, yeah? So 3 minutes, we should be taking back our seats. Thank you.
GoDaddy has the perfect hosting plan for any website.
Minute. We have a minute. We
From
have a
low
minute. A minute to wind up, please. A minute. Happy guys are wrapping up. Let's wrap it up. Let's wrap it up. Okay. Pamela has always taught me something. Okay, let's look here. Please look here. Please look here. Are you seeing this? Are you seeing? Are you seeing this? This means we are done. We are wrapping it up. Okay. Please, let's get back to our seating arrangement. Someone said the conversations are really sweet. Okay, group leaders, please help me. Let's wrap it up. Eunice, let's close it up. Raymond, let's wrap it up. Let's wrap it up. Audrey and the team, let's get back into our seating arrangements. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. I know time can't be enough, can it? Yeah, it can't be enough. So, but thank you so much for your contributions. Thank you so much for your suggestions. supplements as well. We're going to hear all that. Okay, I'm waiting for us to get back to our seats. Looks like the creatives are still brainstorming. You're done. Great. Perfect. The agriculture sector, the backbone of Uganda. They are still backboning. Agriculture. Do we give you more time? It's the backbone. But thank you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone. I hope the discussions were energizing. Yeah. Great. Thank you so much everyone. Yeah. I can feel the energy. The energy is telling me that we are now moving from talk to tangible change, right? I hope you can feel it. You can feel it in the air, right? Good. All right, so let's take our seats and transition into something else. Welcome back from the breakout sessions. I hope it was energizing, amazing, and thank you so much for the wonderful contributions that you have all made. So at this moment, we're going to get into the open discussion. We want to hear what you guys have been able to come up with. I hope that each group, maybe the representatives will tell us if each group has someone who will present on behalf of the sector, and so that we can just look at those reflections, validate the findings, and see if we can align all of them with our collective commitments. Not so? Okay, so we're going to hear from, we're going to hear from the cross-sector insights, and we're going to hear what stood out, we're going to hear what's missing, we're going to hear what actions we must follow. Okay, so I think let me start with the creatives. The creatives were really, yeah, please. You see, can see they have the energy. They have the energy. Yes, I like that. So Eunice must have moved out, but who's representing? Perfect. All right, so just maybe something to say. Each speaker, you have only 5 minutes. Yeah, 5. Don't exceed 5 minutes. You tell us what your findings are, what you have discussed, and we go on to the next. So 5 minutes. I'll be closing it up for the next sector. All right, over to you, sir. Oh yeah, please come and join him. Can be together. I think 2 are good. 2 are enough, yeah.
All right. Hi, everyone. So we are from the creatives industry. We were the majority in the room, so please create some time to listen to what we picked out. So in terms of skills mismatches, we noticed that there are issues to do with, first of all, the institutes where people are being trained from. We noticed that the curriculums that our institutes are using, many of them are outdated. And when people graduate and they come out into the market, the skills that they attained from school don't match up to the expectations of the employers. So that's a huge gap that we have there, which fits into the advanced skills that many of the employers are demanding. Many of you have worked on some huge projects like documentaries. You reach a level where you need to outsource people that are not even in this country. If you've watched some of the cutting-edge documentaries that are tailored to Uganda, you will be shocked to find that the producers are not Ugandans. Even videos that are produced by our local musicians, these Swangs Avenue companies will tell you that some of the people that they hire and employ are not Ugandans. As someone who's also into that industry, I actually own a couple of screens like these ones, and many of the techies that I use, sometimes I have gaps. There are situations where we are at events and you have to call someone from China to assist with repair and support. So there's a huge gap in that regard. In the interest of time, I'll go to the next item so that we can catch up our 5 minutes. And our next item was to identify the gaps that we have in terms of the creatives. So we identified that there's a mismatch between job descriptions and the expectations from the employers. So you have a JD that says you're going to be a social media manager for the company, but when you start working, the tasks have to do with more than that. The tasks have to do with content creation, they have to do with script writing, they have to do with other things that are around that, and it becomes a huge toil on the person who's hired because it's much more than what they expected. Then there are also poor structures to support the people who are employed. You find there's no mentorship or there's no one to look up to in the organizational structure of the company because this is not a thing that they've been carrying on, and it becomes a huge gap for the new employed person. And then there's also misalignment between the qualifications and the remuneration. Many of the creative opportunities out there, people don't consider them as if they are worthy remunerating well. So you find people are being paid peanuts, yet they are responsible for the brands of their companies. So it's a huge gap that is out there that we hope such reports will assist to bring it out. How can this be fixed? Point number 3, how can we work out to fix this? One is to document the job descriptions very well, so that when people are employing, they know that they are employing someone who's specific to these tasks, and perhaps in that effort, even the remuneration will match the tasks that are being assigned to the people that are being hired. And then we looked at mentorship, the role of mentorship in the sense that we need to employ these people, but to know that there is going to be a continuous improvement plan. When anyone hires an accountant, they know that this accountant has to do a CPA or an SCCA, but there's also matching qualifications in our field of creatives that people need to encourage their employers to extend to the people who have been hired. And then the last one had to do with why there's an urban job concentration, why many of the creatives are here in Kampala. Number one, we discover that there is an economic concentration that is even from the higher policy level. If you think about Uganda as a country, many of the ministries and the big parastatals are all in Kampala. So as a result, if you're positioning yourself to work for this country, then you have to be here in Kampala because that's where the opportunities are. We also saw that there's good infrastructure here in Kampala that supports the creatives. 5G, 4G is more concentrated here in Kampala by the bigger telecos. The fiber network, many of the companies, their fiber infrastructure is just here in Kampala. If you go out of Kampala, you cannot have a home internet connection that can support fiber, for example. So we identified that there's a lot of good infrastructure that supports the creatives. And then we also identified that that leads to market access. There is more market access here. There are few people out of town who will go for a photo shoot for their birthday, you know. But here in Kampala, it's the norm. You need a photographer at any of the functions. So if you position yourself to do photography out of town, it might take you long to realize any returns. And then lastly, we can't deny that there's also youth preference, that the youth prefer to also, you know, stay here in the city because of other things that support their lives. It's not just making money, but you have relatives, you have friends, you have other things that support you to be here. And lastly, I will allow my colleague to tell you what our findings were in terms of how we agree with the report.
1 minute. All right. My name is Faith Kwera. I've been the chair moderator for this group. So based on the findings, we actually ascertained that the metrics were 782 in the last 12 months, but we disagree with this figure based on the fact that there was only one methodology used. If we use different tools of data analysis, you'd realize that this number would skyrocket. So we don't agree with the findings. Thank you.
clap for us.
Yeah, they deserve it. All right, I'm sure Sam is taking note of those findings. Already we have the creatives disagreeing on some of the findings, which is amazing. It's amazing because it gives some headache, so it's good. All right, so let's hear from the agriculture. Let's hear from agriculture and forestry, what their findings were. And you're presenting alone? You don't have a morale booster this time? Oh, perfect. Great, you're most welcome.
Good afternoon, team. So for agriculture, we discussed a number of things. We talked about the skills mismatch, the unrealistic job expectations, and also briefly talked about the urban job concentration. So our first question was talking about the skills mismatch. Here we talked about a number of things, and one of the things was that what we usually find in the okay, I'll briefly talk about everything that we discussed, and then you'll pick out also. The rural nature of the agriculture jobs that we have currently is affecting everything that is going on in this report. And what we wanted to share here was that most of us are concentrated in, this kind of job is concentrated in the villages, but the people are actually, just excuse me briefly. Okay, so the agriculture jobs are in the villages, yeah, but yeah, just briefly. Okay, just start, then I'll continue. I don't want to miss it.
All right. Sorry about that. So what our findings were is that most of the jobs, for instance, if you look at the agricultural sector, is that you'll find a lot of operations is done in the village, and yet the jobs, let's say, if you're to add value into what we have done within the processing, if you're doing millet and then you have to do the grains, then packaging has to be done here in Kampala, and you find that most of the add value process is done here in Kampala, but the hard work is done in the village, and that's where a lot of jobs are going to be concentrated. But during the findings, we realized that they've said a lot of jobs are going to be in the urban sectors, but when it gets to the agriculture sector, you find the jobs have to be concentrated in the village, because that's where much of the work is being done. Then also around skills mismatch is that you realize that when you talk about, let's say, fresh graduates or the youth, for instance, you realize that most of the jobs around agriculture will deal with technical work. It needs you to be having some level of experience for you to really be a match for that job. But you realize that the youth, maybe from campus, they have the skills, the theory part, where they have just learned about fertilizers and all that, but mixing them up and maybe coming up with a strong fertilizer to be used, maybe, let's say, in spraying the plants, it's going to be something that we need them to have experience. So you find that the youth, if they were to be employed into that space, they will need to have some level of experience. So that will have some bit of a skill mismatch, and then eventually that will lead to unemployment within that sector. Then the other point was around what, from the BrighterMonday side, what have we found unrealistic when we go into this job with the job expectations? You realize that employers will come up and say, I need a boil operator, but then they want to tap into the youth. Yet, if you to search into our history, I think we have around 10% boil operators in Uganda. And yet we want to tap into the youth. So are they going to be, is it going to be realistic on that job search? It's not. So again, back to the findings. This is why we're having a lot of the youth not being employed into that space. Then again, when you say urban job concentration, it's again from the point of, yes, experienced people, because we realize that a lot of within the sector of agriculture, forestry, and the other side is that we need people that are really technical on those things, like machine operators. They have to have some bit of skills. They have interacted with these machines for the longest time possible. Now that you're looking into this space, again, I've done my 3 years experience, 5 years experience. Why should I go back to the village? Yet, really, I have to set a pace for myself. I have to set standards for myself, meaning if I have my family in the city, obviously, I'll have to stay in the city. Or if I have to move to the village, then you have to meet my expectations in terms of my salary. So meaning a lot of people within the agriculture sector, they need to do a lot of, let's say, market research in terms of salary benchmark. They need to know, if I need to attract the talent of 5 years experience, how much do I need to pay? So that has also to be included in the research, in the findings, like the employers or within that sector of agriculture, we need to also learn to know how much do we pay these people to make sure they deliver. Then from our findings, realize that also there is something that came up where someone mentioned that with the top management, senior level management, we've seen us attracting people from outside country. Let's say, for instance, an example was given from Kenya. We've realized that there is some bit of aggressiveness that has been shown from people from that place that we have not found here in Uganda. Maybe this is now something that we need to post to Mr. Samuel. You need to really find what's that aggressiveness that the Kenyans are having, the Nigerians are having, that Ugandans are not having. Is it that someone said, actually from our group, someone said, why should Ugandans suffer? They have the food, they have the shelter. Why should they work extra to get what they need, what they already have? So maybe we need to find something, maybe additional in your findings. What's that that drives Ugandans to go to work? Is it money? Is it, I don't know. Maybe also from the commissioner when he was presenting, he mentioned something like Gamba Nogu. Who knows you? Is it that people are not aggressive because maybe I have a brother, I have a sister that is already up there. I don't need to work. I don't need to be aggressive at the job. So maybe those are the few things that we realized and also discussed within our discussion under the agriculture sector. Yes. However,
okay. So we come up with one, there's one thing that came through when she spoke about Kenya. We spoke about one solution that would be exposure, because most people are not exposed to certain cultures, so all they have known is here. So if you bring in someone and you see maybe they are loyal, they have the chemistry to work with you, and you know they can bring the numbers, then it's easy. It should be easy for you, if you're the one pushing the hustle, to take them and expose them, yeah, to where you think they have that work ethic. I think one other thing that came through from our team was lack of financial literacy. Most people don't have financial literacy, so even when they do, let's say, a basic job and would actually accrue some money, they can't actually, they don't know where to put the money, or they don't know how to keep the money. So we were actually, one of our recommendations was it would be very good for people to have financial literacy classes, or maybe like what NSF was doing in the past. And then we can help people learn how to get that money and then use it as capital into agriculture, and then appreciate maybe the land back home, because that is not actually happening. So because there's lack of funds to actually go into agriculture very well. The other was, I think, what the other group talked about, which is access to facilities like electricity, having basics like internet. Like if you're really going to do agriculture properly and run it at maybe even a larger scale, you need systems in place and they need to be functioning well. So you need internet. But if you go down in the villages where things are happening, people don't actually have, they have to move to a tree, or somewhere nearby. Those I know, I've gone through them to get actually the internet happening. So those are some of the things came up with. And I think while we agree that some of the things that were presented were, correct to a very big extent, but we also know that there's a lot that needs to be actually done through other methods to add to this report. So it can say maybe 70%, but if we use other methods, and maybe even other companies, not necessarily just Brighter Monday, there'll be more. Yeah, you could get a lot more. Yeah, thank you.
All right, that was the voice from the agriculture sector, and thank you so much for your findings. Just wanted to alert the two youth representatives who are going to talk to us and share their voices. Please be ready that after this session, you'll be next. All right, let's listen to Raymond's team, and that was the manufacturing and warehousing. What did they come up with, and what are some of the possible things they could have disagreed with, right? Pamela, your namesake is here.
Over to you.
Sorry. Hope I didn't spoil anything. Good afternoon, everyone. We have some findings, validations, challenges, and solutions here. And from the presentation that was made, some of the issues that we validated was the manufacturing and warehousing sector posted 597 jobs nationally between July 2024 and June 2025, showing a growth trend over the last 3 years. So the last 3 years, the numbers were 450. So while we have validated this, we wanted to also add some bit of flesh to it, that this number is rather low, given the fact that there are people who are working in the manufacturing sector are mainly unskilled, and these ones don't need job advertisements. I was explaining to one of the members of our team that most every day we get someone at our factory knocking on the door. So how do you advertise to such a person? They probably don't even know how to read. So for that matter, this figure is low because I don't think these jobs for the unskilled ones can be advertised. Then the other issue that we validated is the fact that the sector's technical skill demand continues to outpace supply, particularly in the industrial, engineering, mechatronics. Yeah, that's the word. Okay, mechatronics, automation, and plant maintenance. So we have validated this, and Pamela can explain this even better because she has a personal experience from General Machinery, where they have talent that is complacent because they are indispensable, you know? Pamela, you can give them this.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, to support her point, we have skill. We have workers who, because of the nature of the work that we do, the nature of the the industry that we are in is a special skill. So they've been at this job for some time, and they feel indispensable. They can talk back, you know. It's like they want to set the rules. Of the institution. So we have those kinds of people, and you cannot get that kind of skill from a fresher, someone who's coming straight from school. Yeah, yes, they are. Very Ugandan. Sorry?
Like what role is he?
The technical people, the machinists, like the electrician for a grader, you know, that kind of skill. So, yeah.
Okay, and maybe to explain this further, you find that most of these skills you cannot even advertise them, because if you're to get such talent, you need to go to the garages yourself. These people are not going to go and read adverts, you know? So if you're looking for such talent, you cannot advertise it, or if you advertise it, you will not get the right fit. You need to go and headhunt a person who can be able to fit into this kind of role. Then another issue that we validated is the fact that majority of the applicants, 40%, came from Kampala, followed by Jinja and Entebbe, highlighting that urban-centric concentration of job seekers. We have validated this, but also we realized that most of these people are not paid well. I don't know if that, I don't know why I have a problem with the payment issue. Someone in our group even said, we as manufacturers, we are exploiting our employees, which also doesn't sit so well with me. So I have issues even presenting it here. And the other one is the gender distribution, which is 70% male and 29% female applicants, indicating that persistent gender imbalance in industrial roles. So we have validated this because companies definitely, when you're advertising, whoever applies, you take whoever fits the competence. But we also have KPIs, like our HRs have KPIs. When you are required to have women in a certain role, then you need to find means of making sure that you fit into what the role demands. Like if it's supposed to be for women, then you have to make sure that the people you're recruiting are actually women. So and these validations, some of the challenges that we identified include the low technical skill gap, which has been explained by Pamela very well, articulately. And then we also have the people who work in these companies. You'll find that top management are mainly skilled people. And the reason for this is to attract the incentives that come with having all the employee benefits accrued to the employees. For example, if you're going to get a loan in the bank, there are certain requirements you'll need to have as a manufacturer. If your employees are a certain gender and not the other, it might affect your competitiveness in getting funding. If you don't have maybe insurance, if you don't have some of these requirements by the Ugandan labor law, it risks your business from getting like funding or other incentives that you might require. But still, even when you have top management as skilled and befitting of all these benefits, which at BrighterMonday we regard as, what do they regard it? Decent employment? Mm-hmm. Okay, for decent employment. We also have an overwhelming number of unskilled people, and these people really, the culture that applies to them is, the dynamics are a bit different. So they might walk in, will not get a contract, they'll do their job. Sometimes the pay is not that attractive, but that challenge, she has a solution for it, which she will present. And then we also have another challenge, which is people who are very highly skilled. The ones they told us, the more you're skilled, the lesser you are likely to be employed. So that category, there are people who want, or factories, or companies that need that kind of talent. And you cannot retain that kind of talent the whole day. So if you're like working in a hospital and you require a very highly skilled pharmacist, you definitely will not advertise such a job because you will know exactly who it is and where they are, and all you'll need to is just go and negotiate with them to have them come and work for you. So that job will not be advertised, first of all. And then secondly, the people who befit that category are not as many. So we still have those challenges, and I will let Pamela come and give us the solutions to them.
Okay. Thank you, Jalia. So maybe to add on to what you are saying, in terms of skill, because our objective here today is women, children, and PWDs, right? In manufacturing, you find that because of the nature of the work, you can't have as more women as you'd want to have them, because of the skill, the type of business that you're in. So you'll find that you're more inclined to take on more men than women, because of the nature of the work, the mechanics, that kind of work. But then also, we have some certain scenarios in manufacturing where the franchises demand the customers that you're serving, like Hima Cement or something, they'll demand that we want you to employ women who are drivers or something like that. And it has worked. As one of the solutions, we have a number of women drivers who drive trailers. I think you've seen a number of them, if you have. So those are some of the solutions. Some of the solutions we came up with for the young people to join these kind of skills, we would like to encourage more of them to take on volunteering work, because that is how best they can do what? They can acquire these skills. And we agree on a small fee, a small incentivize the young team to come on and work. You pay them maybe a certain allowance, and you can give them some food and things like that. So volunteering, we encourage that, and I'm glad to say in our place we practice that. Then we have also special skills, like an example of an employee that we took on and took them to Dubai, because we normally take them to various places depending on where these franchises are coming from. So when we took him to Dubai, for 3 months, when he came back, he tendered in his resignation. So, and he went and got a job elsewhere, you understand? So you have those challenges. What do you do for such people? You bond them. Yeah. You bond them, or the bond says you work for this period or pay in lieu, you pay in lieu when the time comes. So that is one of the solutions. Then for the mismatch between the supply and demand, yeah, what was this?
Suggest solutions in engagement with the leadership.
Yeah, so for the mismatch between supply and demand, I think these are things where you can get on the round table to suggest solutions on engagement. Discuss, with institutions, higher institutions of learning. I think this is one thing that we need to do, or to talk to our stakeholders, especially in our higher institutions of learning. I think we need to change the system of education in this country, such that people are actually taught the hands-on what skills. I was discussing with my people in my group that you find that we normally prefer candidates from Chambogo because they are more hands-on than the people from Makerere. Makerere tend to be more theoretical, while the Chambogo people are actually hands-on, whatever. So sorry to make that comment, but I've observed it over time. I have a good number of experience in this role, so we have observed it over time. So we need our stakeholders to change, the way they train our students, such that by the time they come out, at least they have the basic, they have the 20%, and they can get the 80% at the workplaces. We need to change our education system. Thank you very much.
Sorry, maybe just to expound on the education part, we need to have our university students in early internship, because if we are going to wait until, I don't know, some of them go in third year or second year, sometimes it doesn't help them. They never get, it's not enough time for them to understand how the system works. So we need maybe right away from year one, if the students are empowered to fit into these jobs or to work, then maybe it will be easier for them to transition into employment than giving them just a small duration of their whole long stay in university. And that short duration is the basis for you to say that they are work ready. I believe if we give them more opportunity to work as they are studying, internship, or is that volunteering also? Apprenticeship. Yeah. As they are studying, then it will prepare them better, and we'll see these numbers, these statistics reducing. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, the manufacturing team. Great deliberations right there. Sam, have we scrutinized the report so well for you? Is the feedback really imperative? Good. That's the most important thing, and that's why this session was really so important. And you can see it has taken us till 1 p.m., right? But I just want to reaffirm you that we have lunch prepared for you, so please do not worry. We're just going to make sure we finish, and then we can get into that session later. All right, before we get into the youth voices, we have a special video that we want to show you as well. I hope our media team is ready. If the media team is ready, then please go ahead and show us what you have. Okay, the two youth representatives, please, I think you should come close, because after this, you're jumping right in. Media team, sound, please.
That basically incorporates brands and enables brands to provide corporate visibility. What we do mostly is we do advertising, we do branding, we do concept development, we do storytelling, and we also do corporate events management. Brenda. I am the founder and CEO of Queera Innovations. And Queera Innovations basically is a 360 advertising agency that to provide corporate visibility. What we do mostly is we do advertising, we do branding, we do concept development, we do storytelling, and we also do corporate events management. As a young entrepreneur, I've made my business very profitable through my business acumen in the following way. For example, we have a system or a platform called shared advertising. So it's called Queera Shared Advertising. So this system enables entrepreneurs collectively, collaboratively, provide or pool resources together as the SMEs that can't afford a marketing budget, and in that way we are provided a synergy. So ideally what happens is we provide shared billboards, we provide shared printing advertising, we provide shared newspaper advertising. So ideally, traditionally, organizations that could not have afforded this kind of mainstream marketing or don't have a budget for it are now able to provide, have a good marketing platform or a hearing. In the nutshell, we have actually promoted what? Corporate visibility for the SMEs as low as a saloon entrepreneur or mama naka on the street, or anyone that can be able to do what? Can be able to survive the market trends and the market holistically as at large. Young people can be motivated to thrive in the creative sector, but by basically providing them with a floodgates of opportunities. Opportunities like funding opportunities from MasterCard Foundation or development partners, and also providing platforms where they can speak about their services or products,
or even giving them a platform where they can meet investors or potential investors, and then providing capacity building for them. This capacity building, in other words, provides them with a very formidable business acumen that can be able to do what? Drive their businesses forward. So that is how they can be motivated to them, yeah. So in hindsight to what we had actually talked about, most organizations or most organizations or the government in itself always has fronted the protection way of protecting these creatives. I mean, the legal way of protecting these creatives through IP rights, intellectual property rights. But I don't believe in IP because even if you went and registered your trademark or your logo or your creative idea, somehow, somewhere, it will be siphoned away, you know. But if we practice contracts and agreements like non-disclosure agreements, it is the best way we can actually protect creatives, the best way they can actually be taught about royalties, and the best way they can actually be taught about their trademarks, all right? So for me, it stems down to contracts, and contracts. You do realize that very many potential investors will come to these creatives and pose as their godfathers. But at the end of the day, what they're trying to do is to siphon their creativity so that they can start their own agencies, all right? So for me, I think it's contracts so that they are not manipulated by these potential godfathers that we have, yeah. Okay, a piece of advice I would give to entrepreneurs who would want to start entrepreneurship. First of all, there has never been a perfect timing. So you either start now or you start never, all right? So I'd like to give an example of Queer Ticket, of Queer Innovation and also Queer Tickets. Queer Tickets was an organization I started. It was a platform, a ticketing platform, but we didn't have the budget to actually mandate the marketing, yeah, and its deliverables were very low. So we decided to start Queer Innovation. So Queer Innovation, its sole mandate purpose was to basically market queer tickets. So as it went, Queer Innovation has actually started taking over Queer Tickets because we actually started now. It was just a small little idea that we had, but now it's like a huge tree, just like a sycamore tree, but now it's like a huge tree, and it actually goes before Queer Tickets and actually goes before us. So on that note, the world does not value, or the world does not acclaim creativity or innovation, but it actually acclaims courage, resilience, agility, and the basic business acumen that entrepreneurs have. Yeah. My name is Faith.
Okay. At least we have enjoyed that. That was really insightful. Thank you so much, the media team. All right, so at this particular point, we're going to have two youth voices. Of course, these voices are also the reason as why we're here, because these are these two youth representatives. What they're going to share with us are three things. One, they're going to share with us what skills matter, what barriers persist, and how we can co-create opportunities that truly work for young people. So to do that, two youth representatives that we were able to identify. One is called Janet from Safe Bangos. Please come to the front. Let's clap for her. Let's clap for Janet. Yes, and then the other is Paul Canotti from 236 Events. So please come share with us. Each of you has 5 minutes. Those are 10 minutes, and we're done with that session, right? Okay. So we're starting with Janet. Kristen, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Like introduced, my name is Janet Christine Nabaloga. I work with Safe Bango Technologies, but I also have other things that I do. I'm a creative, I'm a videographer, I'm a photographer, I'm a film director. I also work with the Forum for Women in Democracy, so I'm passionate about women and girls' rights. But today, I am going to talk in the bracket of Safe Bango Technologies, representing Safe Bango Technologies. So I was reached out to address this audience on women empowerment in business and the role of the youth. And I would want to start my conversation with the role of mentorship, yeah? And role models in empowering young women and girls. So, mentoring is a chance to uplift others and close the digital gender gap. So drawing from my journey and my experience with working with Safe Bango Technologies, Safe Bango is majorly an innovative company, and we are also in the manufacturing sector. So working with 2 male founders and as a female, these people have helped me. They have uplifted me in terms of giving me exposure and platforms to actually have hands-on experience with what it means to work in the manufacturing sector and in the innovation sector. So this has given me an opportunity and a chance to also give my input as a youth and as a young woman in innovation. And also, young people, the role young people play in shaping emerging markets like creatives and agribusiness. So youth-led companies that are led by young people, they create alternative pathways to employment. Because globally, what the internet has done, it has given us exposure to so many things that are happening across the world. And also post-COVID, we have been given platforms where we can be able to exchange ideas on an international level and be able to implement them at a local level. This has been, the pathway has been through platforms like social media, and these days you can even do an online course from the US. You don't have to fly to the US to be exposed to certain forms of knowledge. So these youth-led companies give opportunity to young people and to the youth to be able to give their exposure and their input and to inform where these sectors are actually going. So also young people are given an opportunity to share knowledge openly and to also inform what kinds of things we want, what kinds of jobs do we want to see in the future, and how do we want to work in the future. Then also I would love to draw your attention to how youth-led innovations in technology contribute to closing the skills and opportunity gap. This is through digital literacy, yeah. The innovation we have, the Safe Bango, I can show it to you after here, is not only a tool we are using to solve gender-based violence, but it is also a tool that we are using to help women, not only in the urban sector, but also in the rural sector, to get exposed to how the internet works, to help them also curb gender-based violence in their spaces through information sharing and platforms like that. So I believe that if the youth are given chance or an opportunity to participate, to inform the work sector in the future, we will be able to see a different kind of perspective, a fresh perspective in what employment looks like, but also to give the future, to inform the future and the decisions from which jobs will be made. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Paul Kanoti, once again. I am the CEO of 236 Events, and I am here to speak on behalf of the creatives, or in that regard. And my background includes computer science and then entrepreneurship. I did a master's in entrepreneurship, and that's my backdrop. And at 236 Events, we are an events management and an events production company. We cover events in terms of organizing them, such as an event like this, but we also assist in production, photography, videography, and then we also have LED screens and the likes. I was given 3 questions to talk on, and I will give not more than 3 pointers on them. Question number 1 asked me, how can youth demonstrate resilience and commitment to work? And I have 3 pointers to pass across. Pointer number 1 is to encourage my colleagues, because I'm still in that bracket, to be more dependable, to come through with work, to deliver on time. I think it's one of those things that is missing, like we saw in the report, that quite often when you employ a youth, you have to follow them up, you have to fight with them. So we need to really come through, that our diligence will work out, will pay off in the long run. One of the quotes that I came across as I did think through was the one for Martin Luther, who vouched that if you've been given a job to be a sweeper, sweep just like William Shakespeare wrote, poetry. That if you've been given a job, indeed any type of job, do it with all the diligence that you can. And I think that, as a backdrop to anyone, if we come through work with the desire to achieve and attain good results, there's a lot that we can do. Point number 2 that I would vouch for is to look out for inspiration that is over and beyond the paycheck. If all you're working for is the paycheck or is the job description, in the long run, you will drain on that. So if you can coin your purpose or your work over and beyond that, over and beyond helping humanity, for example, if that becomes your goal, and if you're religious like me, if your goal is to honor the Lord, then it goes over and beyond just a paycheck, because that gives you a deeper and relevant purpose. Question number 2, what role do young people play in shaping emerging markets in creatives, like creatives, manufacturing, and agribusiness? I wanted to first supplement the statistics that were shared with us with a URSB statistic that is a little bit localized to the creatives. The URSB shared the results for people who got wedded in 2022-2023, and the weddings were 10,829 in Kampala-based marriages, and then 1,987 civil marriages. Those in total, divided by 50 weekends, is a likelihood of about 250 weddings. As someone who's into that industry, like I had shared with you, out of 4 customary weddings that happen in a weekend, about 1 turn into a wedding. Meaning every weekend we have about 1,000 cultural functions that are happening in this country. Now, the highest I've covered on one weekend were 5 concurrent functions, and that's a give or take of about 50 people that I had that were employed. That's to let you know that there are lots of opportunities in what we may call the gig industry that may not have featured in this report, that could show us that if we go all out there and we begin to solve the problems that we have in this society, that there's more that we could do. I tell you, it's one of the humbling things that really gives me delight. Many of these people don't have degrees that I work with. Many of the guys that I have working over weekends that set up such screens are dropouts. Perhaps the closest that they can speak is to compose a sentence. But there are opportunities out there that if we created structured companies, we could actually employ our age mates and also create value to society. Lastly, the last question that I was given is how can youth-led innovations in technology close the skills and opportunity gaps? And I want to speak to this using two forms. Number one is to encourage digitalization of technology in scaling. I don't think there is any business that is going to cut it to the next 10 years if it is not embracing opportunities that are out there in technology, opportunities to do with marketing, opportunities to do with branding, improving the operations at your company. About 6 years ago, my master's thesis was to do with online payment. I work for a telecom company, and I tell you, we did not have an option for online payment. In fact, my master's was in 2019. Just 1 year after that, definitely many companies were closed, and the only way that companies could collect money was through mobile money. And in fact, my master thesis was even tailored to the company that I do work for. So you can imagine how innovations in technology are swiftly changing, that if my company had not embraced online payments, we would not have survived the COVID that we all saw. So I would urge you that any business, today we have sectors to do with agriculture, to do with manufacturing. I think we need to see how can we improve our operations by utilizing the technology advancements. And then lastly is collaboration. To all of us here who are doing hustles, when you are in school, you have a discussion group. You have a group chat for your relatives, your cousins. If you are religious, you perhaps have a group chat of the like, so you attend a fellowship. But quite often, when people are doing business, they don't look out for networks where they can collaborate or learn from. And so the encouragement therein is that you look out for groups to work with, people to share knowledge from. Such opportunities like we are having here, there's a lot that we can learn when we plug into such groups. I will finish that with two quotes. Quote number one is 2 are better than 1, right? And then the last one is an African proverb that says, if you want to walk fast, walk alone. And if you want to walk far, walk with others. Thank you very much.
Okay, another round of applause for our 2 youth representatives. Yes, thank you so much, Paul, for those insights. Truly inspiring. We really appreciate you and your time, together with also our colleague that was from Safe Bangos. We really appreciate you for sharing with us those key insights. Thank you so much. What Paul said, and that should be included in our report, could be something to do with the gig part of it, the gig economy. It's something we need to really consider. It's really, and then of course collaboration and networking. So thank you so much, Paul. Truly amazing. Okay, so let's move on now. The next part of our agenda is we're moving away from the conversation part of it, and now we're going to the commitments, right? What we commit to do moving forward. And in this session, we're going to consolidate action points, commitments, and partnership frameworks that will guide the Gen Kazi Blueprint project, and so that we can see how best we move forward. But the person who's going to lead us through this is our strategy lead at BrighterMonday Uganda, and that's none other than Raymond Kakuba. Let's put it together for Raymond, please. Raymond, over to you. Great. You're most welcome, Raymond.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for gracing the occasion. From what we have seen from the forecast, maybe before I start, I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Kanot, the way he branded himself and the statistics he threw at us. It got us, most of us, off guard that we are wading a lot, for lack of a better word. But yeah, you see, there are so many opportunities, like he mentioned, and it is for us to take those opportunities, the young people, I mean, because they are the majority in this room. And so when he brings it out the way he did, it shows that even for our analysis, for the findings that we've had, there is still more opportunities than what we focused our analysis on. Yeah, we talked about manufacturing, agriculture, and creatives, but there is a lot of potential in other sectors, like our consultant mentioned, construction, for instance, security. Talk about security. Everyone wants security, and I think that's where Safe Bangles comes in. Yeah, so those are opportunities that if you are able to think out of the box, indeed, you will get the what? There's a saying that says the early bird takes the worm, but I think today that has changed. It's not just the early bird, but also those that are able to put on the lenses, not the ones that I'm putting on, but those lenses that are different from what everyone is seeing, so that you see things differently. So my task is simple. I like this kind of segment where you come in when, after you, people are heading into their favorite part of the day, and that is lunch. Yeah. So my task is for commitments. From what we have discussed, for instance, in my group, we had a discussion around solutions and challenges, solutions to the challenges that we brought up, things to do with casual laborers. How do we capacity build them to the extent that we can employ them at the level that matches what the project calls dignified and meaningful employment? Yeah, because like he said, like my colleague mentioned, Huda, you cannot run away from unskilled labor. It is the most available labor force we have, at least in this country. And that feeds into what Mr. Kanot mentioned of the weddings we have. And the commissioner made a presentation about how our pyramid looks like demographically, that we are having a large number of people being, brought into the world, and the area code is Uganda, yeah, where those people are coming into the world. So that means that you have a high number of unskilled laborers in the room. And from the look of things, it looks like a challenge, but it's also an opportunity. But when you take advantage of an opportunity, there are two ways. You might either be taking advantage, like the word is, you're exploiting, or you're actually using the resources meaningfully, sustainably. Yeah? And from my reading or researching to the build-up of this event, I learned that sustainability and profitability are no longer things that go different ways like it used to be. Right now, every business has to integrate what we call environmental, social, and governance policies within it, because sustainability is a key feature now for business to thrive. So the discussion here from our point of view as BrighterMonday Uganda is, can we have the people who are in the room, the policy makers, the decision makers, but also the employers, make commitments to a few of these findings that we have made and the solutions we have given. For instance, how do we ensure that youth are more integrated into your work, not just at the entry level, but also at mid-level, and even on top. As you have seen, Mr. Kanot here has presented what he has come up with. It's changing lives. He mentioned that he has employed over 50 people in a go, in just one weekend, and he's a young man. So what can we do to have high uptake of youth in our organizations? The other is on not just the level of engagement, but inclusivity. How many of us here, by show of hands, and I don't want to put you on spot, would say that they have a person with disabilities as part of their team? Yeah? Thank you, Pamela. Thank you, Huda. Yeah, you can see. The hands are very few. Thank you, sir. They are very few. But in most cases, these things look like they are obvious. Yeah? But they are not. When you make mention of it, you think, okay, we all understand how inclusivity is important. But just take a scan through the room and see if there is any person that came with a wheelchair. There's none. So can we honestly say those people in that category don't have the muscle, the brain muscle to be in this room as we do? We can't, right? So from the commitments angle, the way we look at this as Brighter Monday is causing a discussion about this. And this is the time when we do that, in the next few 30 minutes. Clint, how long do I have? 10 minutes, yeah. And so I just want to cause us to reflect as we're making these commitments, that can we have persons with disabilities, for instance, and say, in this year, from this job forecast that I attended at Brighter Monday, I have made a decision for my organization, for my company, that we are going to have at least 5 people with disabilities, and we are going to advertise those jobs, so that we create what we call not just theory, but action, yeah? You implement what you are saying, yeah? So let's start with that. How many of us are comfortable, having persons with disabilities, particularly young people, 18 to 35, join their teams in the next 1 year, like from to date, October, to next year. And of course, as Brighter Monday, we'll be very glad to support you on that. One of the key elements of this project is that we have a pool of we have a pool of participants within our soft skills training and entrepreneurship track who are persons with disabilities. And a key KPI for this project is to cause at least 10% of those people to be placed, but also trained. So if we can have commitments from each of you, then we can support you in recruiting those people to meet your specific needs. Maybe you need them as an HR or a secretary, or you are willing to even give them a more senior role, then we can support you throughout the whole recruitment track. Let me just have some discussion. Hello? Let me just have some reaction in the room. You see, when you are far, it makes you feel like you are there. For us, we are here.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to understand the extent of the support, because you're talking about it being more hinged on the recruitment part. But maybe some people's facilities cannot actually have, depending on the type of disability, cannot actually allow them to even have access. I've worked in some places, and one of the biggest things was just, let's say, the access. So maybe if someone was willing, can you do any structural adjustments or give them wheelchairs? Stuff like that. Yeah, but the other things I wanted to talk about on what you've shared was on what we can do to engage more youth, so especially still on the PWDs, I think it would be very beneficial if in the next engagement, if there's any, you invite, there are those organizations that have PWDs, that's their major, I think I knew one just went out of my head, but when they're here, most of us will just connect instantly with those guys, and even we'll have more access to them, and I know it will benefit you in some way, yeah. So going to this point of what can we do to engage the youth more, I've worked for a manufacturing firm, and I had to really fight just to have them embrace a safeguarding policy within, and yet, they're way out there, but sometimes people don't want to be inconvenienced. So I don't know what people here are doing, but I think it would be very nice to see how we can promote safeguarding for everybody, because I just saw a few who are doing it, but maybe that's something that would want to make sure every employer is doing. And also flexi policies. I've also worked in a couple of places where flexi work is not there. So it's very hard for most of the young people to really want to come. since we have a young population, which is all of them being really where, like we saw the numbers, I think it would be very beneficial where we allow people, maybe if there's a nursery at work and you have a large organization, a nursery where someone, if they are stuck, they have no maid or anything like that, they can be brought into a safe space and then maybe comfortably work, or allow them to actually stay home and do that, but make sure they deliver on the deliverables. So some of those policies are not there, even for people who are here. Sometimes people are not telling the truth. And then, yeah, but let me stop it there. But that have been some of the biggest things that I've seen in the large manufacturing firms I've worked for, and the owners are not willing to embrace them. Yeah, so it's a fight, but it's like you continue to knock on those doors and maybe one day you break up.
Thank you so much. Maybe as we get more reactions, let me ask this question to all of us, especially the business owners. What would you say are your projected hiring needs for the next 12 months? And from that, do you see any area where Brighter Monday can partner and support you in any way? So as we are having these discussions, I'll be more interested in anyone that reacts to mention their projected recruitment needs, because we are a recruitment firm and our business is recruitment. It takes, I don't have to say this, it's obvious, but it takes a considerable amount of resources to bring very important people like you in this room, at this venue. And for us, we don't take it for granted, but we look at it as the stepping stone to show you that actually we are intentional. We have gone beyond just what any other hiring firm out there does. We are taking it a notch higher. And so your partnership, in any way we can support you, will be very, very, very welcomed. So let me just get a reaction, but I'll be interested in knowing what your needs are for the next 12 months.
Thank you so much. Can I stand or I can sit? Okay. Okay, my name is Sol Cavalli, and I am one of the co-founders for Safe Bango Technologies. I'll take a minute to answer your question. So our hiring need right now, we are looking at 12 to 15 people. And the reason is we are setting up a mini manufacturing plant. And it is also a learning that the people who actually need our bracelets, they prefer them to be culturally acceptable. So we have people who are asking the bracelets in a way that they prefer a flag or the word "I love you," and we are going to need people who can do this. And our commitment today is, if, like the lady, she has talked about safeguarding, we know that the PWDs and children are actually always feeling insecure, and they don't have the resources and tools to let their trusted one know that they are there. So we are going to work with Brighter Monday to find out a way that how can we actually get them at unaffordable prices, or to pay it in installments. And the people who you have been trained and putting them out there, if you feel like you want them to be secure, we are committed to working with you and to make it easier rather than how we did it to the other academic institutions. Thank you so much.
That's a nice one. Let's have another round of applause for him. And so my colleague will take your name, your organization, and then we'll be following up. Yeah.
Can I proceed? All right, cool. My name is Faith Quera. I own an advertising agency. I think you saw me on the screen earlier, speaking English. Basically, I've been looking for salespeople, and it's been very detrimental for me to get salespeople. But my need was lower level. Yeah, I wouldn't want to have very experienced salespeople because it doesn't make any business sense to me when you're asking for 2 million. Really, it doesn't. Okay, so my challenge with, I've been using Brighter Monday, just so you know, yeah? And it's been a conundrum for me in a way that every time I ask Brighter Monday to source for me employees, the quality of the pool that they get me is not formidable. So ideally, what I'd want is a formidable pool of applicants from the database. Because at one point in my life when I was working in the bank, I was in HR. So my sole purpose was to look for formidable applicants for the job. So what am I saying? I need a formidable pool of applicants for my company. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Clint, before you take the microphone away, by formidable, can you qualify it? What exactly?
Especially, sorry, Viola? When I say formidable, do I need to break down the English for you?
Yes, please help me.
When I say formidable, especially when it comes to lower level, entry level, yeah? These ones like interns, or maybe not even interns, but volunteers, diploma holders, that's lower level, right? Yeah? Below a certain threshold of experience. So when I say formidable, I mean legit database. Sometimes you have a database that is not what I need. You understand? So that makes it not peculiar for me. It actually makes it a lot of hogwash, for lack of a better word. Yeah.
Okay. I hope.
Raymond, Pamela wants to elaborate on that. No. She's called Pamela. Viola, sorry. Sorry.
Thank you so much.
Just a second before you proceed. We at BrighterMonday value that feedback. That's very important feedback for us. Our country manager is here, Zenia. She just walked in a few minutes ago from an engagement that she had. After this, she's going to come to you, and then we can work out a way forward regarding the pool of candidates that we're fielding for you. So thank you for bringing that up.
So speaking to the quality, we all know that the pool we have is lacking, and I'm really, really happy that BrighterMonday is taking time to listen to us, because I think surely there's been a gap. We give you the job description, and you bring whatever you think will fit in, because that's what you have. I think we're going really to work backwards for us to have to build this pool. Because I'm an HR personally, I know. Sometimes you go on LinkedIn and you get all these CVs. When you interview, you're like, I'm not getting what I want. And what has worked is, for example, going to the university, identify these people who are raw, but you develop them over time so they become what we want. Because I think as employers, what we are looking for might not be there. We'll have to work together, starting from, someone talked about, for example, an internship. We identify people, develop them together, so that if tomorrow I have a need and I say BrighterMonday, we've been talking from back then.
Okay.
Otherwise, whatever you provide me now might not fit within what I require.
Okay.
Then the other thing that I'm really happy about is persons with disability. Where I work, we really want a pool. For some time, we've talked about it, and then we're like, where will we get them? So I'm very happy you have some.
Yes,
we could talk, but also, I think they come with special needs, like someone has talked about them. For example, where I work, we have, they're called, these who don't listen, who don't hear, the deaf, sorry. When you hire a deaf person, you need also an interpreter. So I think those are some of the things we need to discuss. If I had one, where will I get? Yes.
Thank you, Viola. Can we take that as a commitment? We can engage you on my colleague.
Yes, let's talk.
Will come. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. We still have a hand there. I just because of the shortness of time, I just want straight to the point in a way that if you're making a commitment, just give me 100 people, and we clap for you.
I'm going to make it as brief as possible, yeah? So, there are organizations, development partners that we work for, say, for example, MasterCard Foundation, and they're looking for a gender balance, yeah? So in this pool of applicants that you're giving us, please, we are also looking for majority women so that we can speak stakeholder management. Yeah? So increase the number of women in your database as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we have a commitment from Bango, commitment from Coca-Cola, and commitment from the advertising agency is called what?
Query.
Yeah, I've seen it around. Seen it around. It's a big brand. So who else has a commitment? My group was full of CEOs, MDs, and I'm looking at them, and I want Pamela to put her hand up. Huda. Suddenly Huda has become busy. Jalia is looking the other side.
I forcefully give it the microphone to
yeah,
Pamela.
Don't assume me.
Thank you. I was just sharing with him. My need is like Queras, but the commitment is the PWDs. We have some that are lame. Yeah. So we will need to employ more of those, and we will need to employ more women because of the manufacturing. We have more men than women, so we need them. But they also need to have some skill of some sort, as the beginning benchmark. So we commit. We have vacancies. Even up to now, we've spoken here, but we do not have the skills.
Okay.
So we need these people.
Kale. Thank you. That's a nice one. Let's take that also. General merchandise, motors, and guys, please support. Let's support each other when we are at events like these. They are also networking for us. So if you get a microphone, speak about your business, like my sister who has an advertising firm, so that, if I need my next car, I'll just call Pamela directly because she deals in those. Huda, make a commitment. And either way, we are having Persons with Disabilities Day in December. It's still hosted by Brighter Monday. So that's why we are intentional when we're having these discussions. We don't just say, but we want to act as well. So even if we were to give us 1 or 2 people, even if they are not just persons with disabilities, but how can we help our youth? Yes, Huda.
The kind of people we are employing, they are not educated. You already said we are exploiting them.
No, but so what is the level? Senior 4 and below? What are the level of education?
In Uganda, who is capable.
Okay, so how many are you giving us?
Maybe
2. Kale. So we'll have Huda as well. Jalia, do you have anything to say? I know for you work with highly qualified people, technical medicines and what?
Medicine, we deal in drugs, so we always want quality assurance and quality control. So under the National Drug Authority, because we undergo audits, they are very, very particular. And even the people who have to work on the drugs, we need senior force machine operators or tablet packers and sorters.
Okay. So Jalia, before you hand over the microphone, those people, how can Brighter Monday help you? Can we come and we agree that you can make? By the way, the other thing is to make us your official hiring partner. Yeah. Yes. You need to have people on board who are legit, like someone mentioned. Yeah. People who are not just trying out things. We have been here for over a decade, so we are tested and proven. Yeah. You can make us your official hiring partner. I've not had any reaction from this table, but I'm seeing there's some reaction the CEO wants to make.
I have one vacancy which I'm going to recruit in the next couple of months. I will approach you. I need a female person with special abilities. I will communicate on the requirement. They need to be a computer literate with some basic knowledge. We can enhance the skills through our internal training, but that is a basic requirement. One person I can commit, yeah.
Thank you so much. A round of applause. And of course, we are short of time, but like I mentioned, in this project, we are doing capacity building. How? We're having a soft skills training. So if you've hired someone, we are offering that we will take them through a tailor-made skills training that you have, the modules that you have agreed upon. You say this is going to be a customer service person. I want them to know how to greet people. Can you imagine? We're having a module on how to greet people. And someone knows how to greet the nice way to welcome someone, and we are giving that out to you for free. Yeah? So please take advantage of this. Thank you so much, sir. I hope I've not left anyone out. Is there any other commitment? I've not seen agriculture. Where are the agriculturists? Yeah? Anyone who wants an agronomist in the next... Which one? The other side, eh? Hey. Is there any reaction this end? Ah, okay, all right. So thank you so much. We hope you join us for the next events that we'll have. I'm taking this back to Clinton to wrap up. I don't know why this particular segment was not given more time, because I'm seeing people are now, they want to react, but the time is done. Thank you so much for your time, and have a good day.
Okay, let's clap for Raymond, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, Pamela, before you come in, we just have a small video we're going to show. Yeah, one video. But just an announcement, we have a QR code that you could be seeing in front of the, in front of your screen. Please do scan it and leave a review. Just tell us what you think about BrighterMonday. You can do it in the meantime. Let's use your phone and scan, okay? Then the other thing is that I wanted to make an announcement before I forget. Our lunch will be at level 7. Level 7. So once we are done here, we shall all go to level 7. Okay, media team, over to you. One video.
Farmers and agro-processors. In regard to farming, we do farm chili, we do farm... Dorothy Wegoye Chimuli is my name. I am the Managing Director of D&M Group International Limited. D&M Group International Limited are agro-farmers and agro-processors. In regard to farming, we do farm chili, we do farm tomatoes, bananas, we have coffee, beans and maize. But out of the farm, we bring to our production facility tomatoes and chili, in which we process we process Kim's natural chili sauce, Kim's natural chili oil, and tomato ketchup that we distribute in the market, specifically in the central region, Kampala, and the eastern region. My success story can be leaned on different aspects. For starters, I started in a home kitchen, and then I went into an incomplete production facility to a production facility that was approved by UNBS. So coming from a home kitchen to an approved production facility registered success for me. And when it comes to the market reach, when I started penetrating the market, I started with samples, and I will highlight just a few. I remember taking my product to Checkers supermarket at that time in Kisementi, and the owners told me that one day this will be a brand name. And indeed, I have thrived, especially because as an entrepreneur, you experience some challenges. There are times we have not had the product on the market, but the numerous calls we have received asking for the product alone shows that there is a need for our product and there is demand for it on the market. So along the way, we have registered success. I have learned a lot from other entrepreneurs. So in terms of agriculture and in terms of my business, there are so many successes that I have registered that to this day enable me to continue to be in business. One, innovation, motivation starts with you, the person. You get it? Before you are motivated by those around you, first and foremost, you must believe in your innovation. Because as human beings, we have innovative minds. We are able to create. You get it? For you must have the confidence and belief in your idea to take it out and to also enable it to grow. So I would encourage innovators. One, in agriculture, is that we are growing. Innovation comes with research and development. You get it? Have the ability to research, have the ability to develop your product. Today there are so many innovation hubs, and some of those are like Hive Collab, the Innovation Village. If you have your idea and you believe that it has the potential to grow, visit, you get it? Partner with those that can help you grow. Because on your own, as an island, you may not have the potential to grow it, because an idea that is hidden to a person ceases to be an idea for growth. So you must bring it out. You must realize the opportunities that are there to partner with institutions and people that can help you grow your idea. Most times innovation, you can't separate innovation from URSB, registration, intellectual property. If you fear that your idea will be stolen, go to URSB. They can help you protect your idea, such that from that protection you safeguard it and you're able to help other people, to work with other people to grow it. That is one of the things. Then one of the things I encourage to innovation in agriculture is that today there are so many innovations coming up, and most of these innovations have an impact on human life. But one of the things I would encourage entrepreneurs today in their innovations is, one, understand what you're bringing on the market. Try and find out the need for that product, because we are not just innovating to let our lives be stagnant. We are also innovating, one, to help ourselves, to help the communities, to work with people, and in such a way you're helping people. So make sure that the product you're bringing on the market is different, is impactful, and is not just any product that comes on the market. I'll give an example. There's the Kisubi tea. There's a lot of tea on the market, but how different is Kisubi tea? My products, I'll give an example, Kim's Natural Chili Sauce. Why is it wanted on the market? How different is it? So you must innovate an idea and make sure that you go beyond that is on the market. There are so many job opportunities that exist in this sector. First and foremost, when we talk about opportunities, we are talking about opportunities across the entire value chain. You get it? From farming to production to market. There is sales and delivery in between. There are suppliers, you get it? And we receive. So there are so many job opportunities in the market. What I would encourage young people is to embrace these opportunities and not to be specific that I must work in such an area. Because today you find people who studied medicine, have degrees in medicine, and yet they are in farming. Today it's about where is the opportunity, because we must understand that over 70% of Uganda is agronomy. We are into agriculture, and yet this agriculture is one sector that has not yet been fully tapped into, because our young want to venture into employment, want to venture into salary, you know, where they sit what they call Is that the blue collar jobs? Those are the white collar jobs. Yes, they are more into the white collar jobs and forgetting that Uganda is 70% agronomy. There is a lot of land that we can be able to utilize, and we are in an era of agro-industrialization where government is pushing us to industrialize in the sector of agriculture. So, even in agriculture, there is corporate. You get my point? I could be here in a production facility, but I have an office. I need accountants in that office. I need an administrator in that office. I need a graphics designer in that office. So people must know that even within agriculture, there are so many opportunities. There are opportunities in farming. You can go and farm. Even a farmer, you get it, a garden needs somebody to manage stock. You need someone to be able to test. You get it? The soils. You need an advisor. You need so many things. It doesn't mean you must get the hoe and dig. So there are so many opportunities across the value chain that youth must tap into. The only thing is that they must unlock their minds. You get it? To think that the other jobs are what is where there is money. There are jobs here and the money is here. What I would say is that I would like to encourage the young entrepreneurs to venture into agriculture, because that is what Uganda is all about, and that is what is going to industrialize Uganda. Let them bring their innovative minds where there is purpose and where there is potential for growth. When it comes to Brighter Monday, I think trying to put initiatives such as these to bring entrepreneurs together, to have opportunities to share, especially sharing for growth, is what Uganda needs today, and it's what the youth need to be able to tap into those minds, to unlock them, to be able to be creative and innovative for Uganda.
Okay, I think all you are justifying was that agriculture is, one of the key sectors we need to really involve our young people in, and I think that was really loud and clear. All right, what a day, what a morning, and I'm very, very honored to have been with all of you to discuss this quite amazing conversation. Now, to close it up, I'm going to invite our country programs lead to close it up and wrap it up, and then we can go have our lunch. Over to Pamela. But we agreed, when you hear the name Pamela, you clap, right? Can we clap for her? All right, thank you.
Indeed, what a day. What an opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, before I close, I would just like to introduce our country manager, Zenia. She walked in from another engagement. Zenia, just please stand up. And yeah. Thank you. So while I close, while our commissioner from Ministry of Gender was presenting the statistics on our pyramid, obviously we all acknowledge that we have a really young population. So like Raymond said, there's either an opportunity there or a risk. So I remember being in a forum somewhere and a person said, with the young population that we have, we either have the biggest criminal force in the world, or we will have the biggest productive force in the world. So I think all together in this room, what we aim to have is the biggest productive force in the world. And that's an opportunity that Africa stands to harness with our young population, yeah? So with that, when Raymond was speaking of commitments, there are things that occurred to me that as Brighter Monday Uganda we can do in the short term, especially under the Genkazi project. One, I noticed that Ministry of Gender has an employment platform. So I feel like it's high time that the private sector and the public sector spoke together to see how best we can take this employment, the job seeker and the employer placing, to another level. We cannot, the private sector alone cannot do it, government alone cannot do it. So I feel like as Brighter Monday, we need to get in touch with government through the Ministry of Gender. Fortunately, our commissioner was here. We are going to have a discussion on how best we can merge the two so that we can serve the population, especially the youth, better. And then secondly, I noticed there's a lot of untapped opportunity in the informal sector. It is something that we must, at this point, we need to acknowledge. And when I say the informal sector, I'm not just speaking about maybe somebody on the street that is selling, what's that thing? PK. Those guys who go around snapping it in your face and saying PK. I don't mean just those people. I mean the people that we were speaking about, the ones who will not see an advert, but will knock at the factory and say, you know, I'm a mechanic, I have worked for 1 month, 2 months, I can do A and B and C, do you have that kind of job? I feel like there's a lot of untapped opportunity over there. So we have an M&E team that's led by Joan. Joan is here. I think Joan, put up your hand. Or maybe she's out of the room, but yeah, our M&E team can do a study on this. How better can we serve these youth? How better can we, how can we bring them to the forefront of a conversation? And then the last one that I would like to close with is to let you know that after this meeting, we are happy to incorporate your feedback. Thank you so much for this feedback. Thank you so much for the value you've added to our study. We're happy to incorporate the study, and we will share. We have contacts for each of you, email addresses. We will share the report and the feedback that we've discussed today with each one of you once we are done. Finally, allow me to thank Safe4 Analytics for the job well done in concluding this study. I want to thank also the team at Brighter Monday Uganda for putting together this event, for the hard work, sleepless nights that have led to this day. And finally, I want to thank each and every one of you in your capacities, because we could do all this work, but without you, we'll just be speaking to the chairs and to ourselves. So I want to thank you so much for gracing this occasion, and not just gracing the occasion, but also for giving us invaluable feedback that is going to be used to take our report from where it is to the next level. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite you to lunch. I am aware that we had breakfast quite early, so even as Clinton was saying, we're going to close, I kept doing for him like this. People, I don't want to see people's blood sugar dropping. I don't want to see, you know. So I would like to invite you to lunch, like Clinton has said, on level 7. Thank you very much. We have a photo opportunity. Please do not rush. Outside, there's a backdrop on our way to lunch. Let us have a group photo. Let's commemorate this event. And yeah, that is it. Yeah.
One more round of applause for our country program lead. Thank you. All right. So the photo booth outside is for your individual photos, but we're going to have one group photo for all of us before we go for lunch. So we're going to do it here. We're going to have it here, right? So let's come to the front, take a group photo, and make sure that this day is memorable, right? That's going to be the main purpose of the photo. So I'm going to encourage each and every one of you to please come to the front. We take this group photo. Oh, and please, our customer relationship manager is saying, please make sure you give us reviews. Use our QR code, just scan, and it will take you directly to where you can, give us and leave us your review as well. Okay, let's come to the front. Our media team can guide us on how we can do this, and then we go to level 7 for our lunch. Okay, let's do this. Please come to the front, we're waiting for you. Come to the front. I think let me have some few seats. Where are ushers? Our ushers, where are they? Ushers, please come get me some 4 seats or 3 seats at the front here. And then we can have this group photo. Okay, let's. Are we fearing? Please come to the front. All of us. Please don't stay seated. For time purposes, we have to get out of this room. So let's hurry. Let's be a bit sharp. Thank you. You're looking great. All right. Okay, so CEO will take the seat together with our country programs lead. Cepho Analytics will also take the seat. Great. Perfect. Thank you. All right, don't forget level 7. Level 7 is where we shall, please use the elevator to take you to level 7, where we shall have our lunch. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for this amazing morning session. And may you have an amazing day. Thank you. I want to also thank the interpreters, our official interpreters. Thank you so much. Really, Olivia and Ivan, thank you so much.